Hello! Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. It is I, Almantas. Former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. And tonight, we are 2 hours out from it being Halloween in New York, which is awful. New York Halloween sucks. It is unlikely to be the Blanca stream because I have not played very much Street Fighter. How you doing, Noir? But yes, it is we are 2 hours out from Halloween in New York, which is a bad holiday. I have to be honest with you. Halloween is, at least since probably around the year 2000, functionally a straight pride parade. And that's annoying enough if you're living in a small town, but when you are living in a town of, 10 million people, it winds up being one of the most annoying days of the year. It is comparable to, 4th of July and New Year's Eve for just really times that if you happen to be a New Yorker, I would just kind of recommend figuring out an excuse to be in Pennsylvania, or New Jersey or something. This is the case. This is the argument for having a friend who lives in Suffolk. That's, oh, good luck, Noir. I have my condolences to the Noir wife. To Noir wife. Oh, you are? Okay, never mind. I got caught. You got me. Oh no, almost every bit gets me. Almost every bit. I careen into almost every bit with complete obliviousness while I am, especially if I'm streaming. If I am not in streamer mode, I am like moderately more likely to not, I am moderately more likely to not, get got, but only moderately. I get got pretty easily, and when I'm in streamer mode, it's just like 100. I am taking pretty much everything everybody says at face value, and pretty much the only time I will push back at all is if somebody says something that I think is factually stupid. Then I will push back, but otherwise I just completely roll with it. It's just who I am, baby. It's just how I am. Oh, okay, Noir, I cannot lie. It sounded entirely plausible to me. If anybody else had said, my girlfriend's goldfish died, I gotta go right now, I would have been like, that seems strange. But you are so into your wife that the only part that struck me as odd is you saying girlfriend and not wife. Otherwise, I was like, for anybody else, this does not qualify as an emergency. But it's Noir, so Noir takes this wife business very seriously. The rest of us would handle it in the DMs quietly, but you take the wife business very, very seriously. The wife industry. The wife industry. But yes. Yes. But yeah, I am not a fan of Halloween in New York. I'm not a fan of any of the really big holidays for New York. I know that probably marks me even more obviously as a Grinch, as they say. That's probably even more obvious and more heavy-handed evidence for something that people have widely believed about me in a way that I think is entirely reasonable. But it is also yeah, I am green. Maybe the Grinch did have red hair at one. Well, his eyebrows are black, so I don't really have that. I wonder. I wasn't planning on doing anything for Christmas at all because I just flat out don't like Christmas. Even before I was a New Yorker, I didn't like Christmas. I was born. I wasn't born curmudgeonly. I became curmudgeonly about Christmas as I aged. As I aged because of well, I don't mind talking about this. My mother starts Christmas music. Growing up, Christmas music was 24/7, starting in certainly by August. Certainly, like August 1st was usually like August 1st to like February 1st was 24/7 Christmas music for a lot of my youth. So, I don't think it should surprise people that much that I don't like, that I am anti-Christmas pilled. I have been de-Christmas pilled. The Christmas pill is poison to me. Oh, who do we got here? Fluffy Batting, thank you for the follow. That's lovely. That's a lovely name. I like that. I like that quite a bit. I like that quite a bit. But yes, no, yeah, no, I'm not a holidays person. The other reason is also that I'm really bad at buying people gifts. I'm really bad at it. It is the gifts are the gifts. They are not a gift in. The gifts they are not a gift in. That I almost every gift I have ever gotten or given another person in my life has been lukewarmly received. I would say that's where where it maxes out, is like completely lukewarm. Completely lukewarm. Nobody seems to be particularly happy with them. Nobody seems to be particularly happy with them. So that's, I don't know, that's something that has been amusing to me for my whole life. Not even for my whole life, but for much of the last several years, and it's become somewhat frustrating to me, I guess I should say, actually, as I've gotten on in years. My gift giving has improved a little bit in so far as I has improved a little bit insofar as I am now more, what do we say, now that I tend to basically bake people cookies for, I pretty much just bake people cookies and don't really even contemplate anything else as an option. That has made sometimes I'll make people calligraphy, but like the moving towards handmade gifts as my standard is has really helped. Has really, really helped. So that has helped, but it has not been like super good. And the majority of gifts I've ever received in my life have been like not really good. A lot of people buying me books that are not interesting to me is a lot of what happens. It's pretty painful. It's pretty painful. It is pretty painful. So that has stung quite a bit. That has stung quite a bit over the years. Not even stung. It has made it very unrelatable to me. I have almost never had the experience of either being on the giving or receiving end of somebody actually really being excited about getting a gift from me or giving. I've rarely seen either side of it. Every side of it that I have seen has been very much. Oh crap! I forgot to do the go live tweet. Forgot to go live tweet. Whoopsie doodle. Yeah. It's. I know people for whomst that is. Both of those are really bad. That's like the stereotype, right? Of like the person that's annoying to get gifts for is the like the idea that's that like the shopping for the perfect gift should be a the shopping for a person who is like you'll find some item for them that will make them especially happy, and that some consumer produced item will be the thing that has a meaningful impact on their mood and their self-expression and their understanding of themselves in a way that they could not have found for themselves already. That's always been a big problem, is like almost anything that I want, I just kind of buy. I just kind of buy. That's like that does definitely create a problem, right? Like if I books is like a bastard one for me, right? My book backlog is like hundreds of books. So like adding more books to my book backlog is just frustrating, even though like I know I love books and people are like, "Oh yeah, he'll love this book." It's like not actually super intriguing to me. Not actually super duper intriguing to me. That's That's not, it's not super helpful to me. Occasionally there's like a game that somebody gets me in a way that's nice. But it's, you know, I don't know. Like I said, I tend to do calligraphy, or I tend to I tend to make cookies for people. Making cookies has been a real game changer because doing calligraphy for people always feels like I am imposing something on them. It feels like they are now obligated to maintain this item for like hundreds, for like the rest of their life, in a way that's I don't know. It feels like an imposition. I don't know. That's like a hello Gamma. Hello Gamma. Oh, and hello Starboy. Hello Starboy. I don't think I said hello to Nate. Hello Nate. Love Nate. Let me give you a quick shout out to Noir, by the way. RG Noir. She was bald today. Poor bastard. Poor bastard getting bald. But yes. Let me give a big... Yes. So, where was I? I don't really know where I'm going with anything that I am thinking about right now. Yeah. Because I shouted you out because you're my friend. I shouted you out because you are my friend, Noir. That is what has happened. And I was saying that you were bald and apologizing for your loss at being bald. But yes. I don't entirely know what to do with myself right now. So my initial thought... Yes, that's what the shoutout command says. That's what Twitch.tv reports back to us, is that Noir was bald at some point in the last minutes. Hello, Akshi. Blame Twitch or yourself. I'm not entirely sure what to do with myself at the moment, because my initial plan was to play Ocarina of Time on here with the silly green model, and then I tried setting it up, and it was being a pain in the neck, and then it also kind of hit me that if I stream myself playing Ocarina of Time and upload it to YouTube, which is what I'll probably do, right? I pretty much just mindlessly upload all of my VODs to YouTube. I don't really think about it very hard. I am very careless about it. I am pretty sure that if I just do that, Mr. Miyamoto will just kill me. So it's not really something I want to do. I think I'll just get murdered, and I'm not interested in being murdered. So I'm trying to think about what I should do today. I should be thinking about what I want to do. What I want to do with myself. Because I am I feel like this is a gaming stream night. I could paint more. But I feel like this is a gaming stream night. And that points me toward doing, that would point me towards, what shall we say, which, I mean, it would be Kerbals, right? It would be Kerbals would be the one to go for. That would be the... Probably going to space. Probably going to space would be the one to go for. That would probably be the way to go. But who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I mean, I know, right? I know. I am. Who else would know other than me? Who else would know other than me? But yes, I should say my brain has been kind of mush. I am here because I said I was going to be, and I believe in this, and I want to do this. Hello, Toxic Red Flag. And this is a better thing for me to do with my time than what I would otherwise be doing, but it's, you know, still, still, oh. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, I've got a lot of deadlines. I'm not even through all of them. But between now and close of business tomorrow, I have a lot of work to do. I got through a good percentage of it, but it's still a lot left, and it's been a lot of copy editing, which is not the most intelligence activity. Copy editing is not the most intelligent activity. And hello, Brossip Gravy. Hello. I'm sorry, there's a specific... I'm also looking for a specific quote from Miyamoto that, like, bothered me a lot. But yeah, the thing that actually kind of hits me about doing copy editing for a significant length of time is that when people... The thing that people... that the AI people have been saying is that AI is good at research and at prose composition as long as you do all of the editing and fact-checking, which is a really frustrating thing to claim. Like, even if I evaluate that on the... even if that evaluates to true, the least pleasant part of writing an essay... Well, not actually all the work. Copy editing is work. And fact-checking is work. It's just that those aren't actually very interesting or fun. Like, they're taking away the parts of the work that are... They're saying that, like, instead of doing creative and interesting work that is engaging, you are going to do the sloppy, boring work. Yeah, like the fun part of the work will be removed from you so that you can spend more time on the tedium. And like I accept that this is the cost of running of like being an editor, that if the ideas that I commissioned or wrote and then edited and shepherded through the process of editing and writing and all of that are to see the light of day, and if other people will get to experience and learn the things that I have learned through these pieces, that requires that I spend a fair amount of time fiddling with, you know, spaces. Oh my god, the spaces. And fiddling with punctuation marks and reformatting things to fit in different text locations, and double checking and triple checking that the footnotes are formatted correctly. And this is the part that people are telling me I should be excited to spend all of my time on, and that's the cost. It's very annoying to me. It's very annoying to me. And I mean, like, this is part of the reason why if anything, it's kind of, I think it's just pure optimism that the LLMs, the major LLMs, are functionally infinitely far away from being able to do those fun parts at any level of skill. I just always need to harp on this because I cannot get over pointing this out. The type of people are always slippery about the use of the word AI, right? People are always very slippery about the use of AI because, like, the Gandhi player in Civilization is an AI, right? If you boot up Civilization 1, there is a Gandhi AI who is pretty goofy and is a pretty famously funny one. I think that may actually not even the main thing that people believe about the nukes might not actually even be true, but it's a fun story. You know, the way that you get backstabbed while playing Crusader Kings by the AI is an AI, right? Your skeletons in Diablo 2 are controlled by an AI. These are all AIs. But they're not what OpenAI or Grok X or whatever it is, XAI, are talking about. You know, yeah, I think the rollback off of Zero thing was not actually true for Gandhi. I think that was a Photoshop that somebody did, and then people came up with an explanation for why the Photoshop had to be real, which is funny. Which is funny on its own merits. But, like, the thing that OpenAI is doing, right, is a mathematical model that makes predictions about the most likely word to follow on a given from previously existing words in the same, like, in the same string, which, again, produces grammatically coherent sentences, which is neat, right? We figured out a mathematical formula for English language grammar, and I think that is pretty cool. But that's all it does. And it cannot be done for research purpose. It cannot be research, right? It cannot do research for a very basic reason, which is that nothing in that model allows it to tell the difference between a true and a false statement. It has no checks on it that would be at all limited by being wrong. Being wrong is not a limitation for it at all. And that's kind of a huge... That kind of kills the entire thing dead, right? Like, in order for, like, LLMs to be able to be useful for research. Hello, Sen. Hello, Sen. Hello, Sen. Hello, Sen. How do you like the Halloween costume? In order for the LLMs to be useful for research, they need to have a truth or false function that's a verification function, so to speak, an external verification function. And in order for them to have that, they would need to be a completely different type of thing. Like, they are mathematically incapable of having that, and adding that in is not like a trivial function. Adding that in is more difficult and more expensive and potentially mutually exclusive with what they've been working on. It's very hard to say how far off of it. Like, it's like talking about the difference between the quadratic equation and a sandwich. I mean, yeah, like they've been, yeah, but they haven't made progress on that in like 10 years, right? Like they've been saying that we would have that by 1975, and in order for them, I don't see how any of the stuff that OpenAI is working on could even add that. Thank you, Nate. Thank you, Nate. Yeah, I think it's like really important to point out like the next step. Oh yeah, we'll just do the thing that is 10 times harder than everything else we've ever done before, and that we have made no progress on, and that we have had no interest in so far. We're just going to trivially do. I mean, it's worth pointing out, right? That Sam Altman thinks that like we could solve a real estate problem on Earth. That we could solve an Earth-based real estate problem by using a Dyson sphere, which is like building a Dyson sphere is so incredibly hard, so impossibly outrageously hard, that like worrying about Earthbound real estate regulations is like, we're not even talking orders of magnitude difference here, right? You know, this is a problem of like the scale of like it's like saying that that because you are broke, you're down to $5, you are just going to buy every single lottery ticket, right? It's like my solution to only having $5 is to buy every single lottery ticket. Like, it's like, what are you talking about? Like, this is you are so far off. And that's kind of like the whole story here, right? That's kind of like the actual whole story underneath all of this is that hold on a second. I don't know why Inari is shouting me out. But Inari is shouting me out, so I'm shouting her out in return. Setiel, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Nate, I can't believe you weren't following Inari. I can't believe you weren't following Inari. Yeah, the Manhattan Cube idea is certainly like the Manhattan Cube idea is at least like a solution that's like related to. Yeah, I'm shocked, Nate. She's a really good karaoke singer. Inari Reiju is a dear friend of mine. She just shouted me out for some confusing reason. But Inari is a dear friend, and she's a very good karaokeist. She's She's actually my favorite karaoke VTuber of them all. Period. Out of all of them. Because she has a bunch of voice acting redeems. And so if you redeem voice acting redeems while she's doing karaoke, she will sing while doing voice acting redeems. So, my favorite ones were, so she has a parrot voice redeem, and she was singing the song Perfect. The song Perfect. And so her parent voice is really nasal, is what she does for that one. She was really nasal for it. And so she would alternate lines between her regular singing voice and her super nasal voice to like really emphasize like how nerdy and whiny different lines in the song were. It was incredible to watch. And the other one that I really liked was she sang Cruel Angel's Thesis, but just entirely with Nyaz. Just nothing but Nyaz the entire way through. Dear friend, I adore her. I adore her. Very oh, excellent, Nate. Excellent, Nate. Excellent. But yes. Yes. But yeah, it's the Manhattan Cube solution is at least like approaches like a percentage of the problem, or like is at least like an approach to the question of if we really wanted to use real estate more efficiently, here's a thing that would use real estate more efficiently in a very literal sense. I think it's still ultimately a stupid idea. It's kind of triviously obvious. Insensato, thank you for the follow. Insensato, thank you for the follow. Hold a second here. I have to do something. I have to prank my friend. I have to prank my friend. Anybody who is watching the Inari stream, thank you for there we go. There we go. There we go. I threw her in jail. I threw her in jail. Yes, I was just talking about her. I was just talking about her. I adore Inari. I adore Inari. I adore Inari. She's one of my best friends. Thank you, Saito, for the follow. Yes. Yes. No, I don't. I don't really. I don't really. You if you're in Twitch, you get alerts for getting shouted out. You get alerts for getting shouted out. You know, that's you get alert. You get alert when somebody else shouts you out. Honestly, it's in my activity queue. It's like right next to people following me and stuff like that. Like it's. So like I can tell, right? This is not like mysterious to me. Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. This is actually an interesting thing, Insensate. Well, she probably told you that the way that I am very much a history nerd. I am a sociologist by training, but I do study a lot of history. And you know, I have never been academically published as a historian, but I have gotten some of my history work published over time, at a non-academic level. And one of those things that I think is really interesting. Oh, Shikigami Nekomata, thank you for the follow. One of those things that I find really interesting, right, is that you are ultimately descended from, you are very, very likely descended from somebody very famous. Yeah, which is funny because I am very anti-monarchy. Oh. I do have opinions about the Romantic movement. I'm happy to talk about the Romantic movement. It actually comes up here pretty frequently, mostly because I'm such a big fan of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, which is deeply embedded with the Romantic movement, and it's difficult to talk about without some understanding of the Romantic movement. Because you're South American. Yeah. Like this is the thing, right? Is it like it's just kind of a mathematical output of the fact that when you go backwards, right? So you have 2 parents and 4 grandparents and 8 great-grandparents and 16 great-great-grandparents and so on, and so on, and so on. That it just kind of... oh, hold on. That should be audible. That you, yeah, yep. And so because of it does not, it obviously hits limitations, right? There's obviously like huge limitations on this, which it only truly doubles every generation you go up if you assume that every single one of your ancestors is unique, which is not going to be true, which is extremely not going to be true. You are going to get ancestors who duplicate, who show up multiple times in your family tree. Sorry. Hello, Gringotts. Hello, Gringotts. You are going to get ancestors who show up multiple times in your family tree. Yep. Well, it's there's no way that you don't. So you have to make a choice about what your boundaries are for what qualifies as incest. Like you have to make a kind of choice about like what is the boundary of incest, at which point it becomes incest, and at which point it just becomes like a kind of just element of the fact that all of us are ultimately descended from all of us have some line of descent to mitochondrial Eve, right? There's an individual person. There's an individual woman that we can be confident that every single person is descended from on this planet, right? That is on every single person's family tree. That's interesting, right? That's interesting on its own merits, that we've managed to find an individual person for whom we are confident every single person is descended from. This person died a very, very long time ago. Hello, Youthless. Hello, Youthless. Well, I mean, statistically, a very large percentage of people are descended from Genghis Khan. And what I'm really just getting at is, like, there's boundaries about, like, what counts as incest, and those boundaries are culturally local. Well, I mean, because of my actual point here, I'm just kind of trying to emphasize the actual point I'm getting at is what Youthless just said, right? Which is that the chance that you are descended from a famous person is like basically 100%. Because of the fact that you have your family tree fans outward so much. It fans outwards so much as you get older, as you go backwards in generation, right? Because you have 2 parents and 4 grandparents and 8 great-grandparents and so on. And so you rapidly hit basically being related to... At some point, you will hit a point where you are descended from every single person who was alive. And... Well, I mean, the religious standpoint is like usually where this is litigated, right? Like, because... the real question in the societies that most of us are from, which are sedentary agrarian societies, in sedentary agrarian societies, the concern around what is a proper form of marriage has a lot to do with male heritage. Oh, Ava has fallen. Ava has fallen. Ava has fallen. Hello, hello. Ava has fallen. That's Ava. Oh, double raid. Ava has fallen. VT. Is this a planned double raid? Is this a planned double raid? It looks like a planned double raid. Oh, looks like a planned triple raid. Looks like a planned triple raid. Let me... I'm just gonna keep on going with the shoutouts. Gargareth. Kinda. We saw the Ganondorf, the All-Manendorf. I like the All-Manendorf. I like the All-Manendorf. Hello. You guys can let me know. Is there another one coming? Was there a 4th person repoing, or is it a 4th stream repoing, or is this, or is 3? Am I? Okay, I'm clear. Okay, now that I know that I'm clear. Hello, welcome in Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I do a lot of calligraphy and miniatures painting. I do book clubs. I talk a lot about history and about sociological and anthropological concepts. And Sometimes I play old games, or sometimes silly games. Sometimes I play silly games. I was planning on playing. I was originally planning on playing Ocarina of Time today, but then it just the thought of how of getting just straight up shot by Nintendo's lawyers was so unappealing to me that I decided to come up with a different idea. I don't know what my idea is for today. I've got options, right? I've got options. I could paint. Playing Kerbal Space Program is pretty likely. I do like the Kerbs. I do like to go to space, and they are also green, and so that works. Brain went burr when you saw Ganondorf. How was the repo? How did you enjoy repo? Yeah, go ahead. I mean, I am in the business of trying to get more people to watch me, so it's hardly a punishment. Hardly a punishment. The new update was fun. Excellent. New monsters and spooky stuff. The only game I've been playing that has that's doing a Halloween event. The only thing I was doing that had a Halloween event was Deep Rock Galactic. I do also play Warframe a fair amount, but I don't think I've played with the current Halloween. I guess I've seen some of the current Halloween content. I think trans rights are human rights. Trans rights are human rights. Trans women are women, trans men are men. It feels unambiguous to me. I don't know how anybody could think differently. It has been this way for thousands and thousands of years. I actually learned a really interesting story about a Taoist wizard from the Han Dynasty, a Han Dynasty era wizard who, as an expression of their mastery of Taoist medicine, changed their gender from being a woman to being a man. This is a like pseudo historical figure, right? This is one of these characters it's the Han Dynasty, right? It's a Han Dynasty figure who wasn't like an actual official, so it's all like, I heard rumors once, kind of things, right? It's this person is attested to in multiple records, but they all look to be drawing from the same common set of records. No, I'm not. I am extremely white. Hakujin. Ore wa hakujin yo. I am extremely white American. I speak a very little bit of Japanese. 私は日本語が少しできます。だけど、下手だよ。上手の日本語が、じゃない。But yeah, this is a thing that happens right in any history. So there's a fair number of people in history who are, only semi-attested to, right? And it's an interesting thing because if you hear about it today, then there was actually really an interesting article today where not today, last week or the week before, in Harper's, where there's a character in it who's just probably just made up to mess with the reporter. Whiteness is a really complicated subject, and I'm happy to talk about it because the invention of whiteness is one of the great, in a bad way, but in just a large sense. It's one of the larger overarching narratives of what America is as a country and how America behaves in the world. But it's silly. It's silly. It makes everyone look very silly. But the end result of it, right, is that I am given a degree of leeway by bureaucratic and legal and professional systems that is simply not extended to people of color in my country. I can get away with stuff that a Hispanic or Asian or Black person could not get away with. Kind of. I mean, I am of the opinion that the boundaries of a culture are highly porous and messy. I don't tend to think that cultures are actually all that distinctive as things. I tend to think that cultures are by default. Yeah, it's a yes and no kind of answer. The thing that winds up being the most interesting to me about the question around the main argument about like, does America have culture is primarily from Europeans who are typically making the argument that America is not white supremacist enough for them, for their ultra conservative European nationalist takes, and it produces an interesting like here's a good one. A good example of like where this gets kind of interesting is like almost everybody would agree that a kimono is Japanese and a hanbok is Korean, and a powdered wig is English and stuff like that. What are blue jeans American? That's the one that like seems to trip people up, is that a lot of people are perfectly comfortable saying that, you know, that knockwurst is a German dish, but then they'll say that hamburgers are not an American dish. They're just everybody's dish. Oh, we're getting hit by ads. We'll be back after that. And yeah, in Santa, we'll be back. I will BRB. I am back. Yeah, Mix, of course, absolutely hates the romantics. Hello. It's. I mean, Sharkray, that's just actually a problem of, like, literal, like, word usage that's really, really fucking annoying. And I don't actually have a really good answer for it. Because like we've been living inside postmodernism for like 50 plus years. We are at the level of postmodernism where postmodernism is itself kind of like passé and boring and anodyne, and then it's just like, well, what do we do about that? Right. Yeah, you're right, Tohu. Hello, Tohu. But like that's an annoying vocabulary. That's an annoying vocabulary to engage with. But Insensato, oh yes, Jomar, have a good night. Insensato, and also hello, Commander, the other guy. I don't think that's the worst way to look at it, to look at cultures as snapshots. I don't think that's the worst idea. But yeah, Insensato, American citizenship is like Roman citizenship. American citizenship is like Roman citizenship. It is a legal status. And yeah, that's it. That is it. It is just a legal status. And it's actually kind of interesting because it's not, you can actually become an American by being descended from other Americans. That is how, for example, presidential candidate John McCain and famous, terrible Air Force, terrible pilots. I almost said Air Force, but he was Navy. Terrible Navy pilots. He was not born inside America, right? He was not born inside America. I derive my own citizenship from being born on here. Usually Americans, and this is not just the United States, this is true of most of the Americas. You are a citizen by, well, jus sanguinis is from blood. Right, jus sanguinis is from blood, which is how a lot of European countries and most nation states operate. The U.S. is not a nation state. Yeah, but his father is American, so he's American. Yeah, the U.S. is not a nation state. This is, we are in fact, as much as people joke about the U.S. being a young country, we are in fact too old. For jus sanguinis. We already firmly had an established constitution by the time jus sanguinis became faddish. Yep, he was born in Panama. Yep. McCain was born in Panama. And it's worth pointing out that, like, it's yeah. Well, I mean, this is I'm a big believer in the countries are illusions thing. Yeah, it's crazy how Italy's younger than Italy. Well, I mean, this is true of any country, right? Because from a really pedantic standpoint, no, humanity is massively younger than the land masses that humans live on. The United States is the physical land that the country is on is radically older than even the concept of writing. Yeah, countries are illusory. Oh yeah. Italy is younger than the USA. Germany is younger than the USA. If you want to be a real dick about it, you can start pulling out some fun ones like, France, Japan. Every other New World country is younger than the United States. Yeah, the rest of the New World is all younger than the US. Pretty much every African country, with a couple of exceptions, is younger than the US. Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know. I think that a lot of this is outputs of things that the Romantics did that were even worse than convince people that ghosts can teach you how to do chiropractic. I'm going to pull up a meme though. I'm going to pull up a meme. I like this meme. I like this meme. I mean, and Sensato, it depends a lot. I did Tohu. I did Tohu. I did Tohu. It depends, Insensanto. France is on, you know, like this is technically I would say they're actually very young. Technically I would say that they're post World War II. You know. Yes. It depends on if you're trying to argue with your European friends or not. I am standing by Fifth Constitution, Fifth Republic for France. Fifth Republic for France. They're talking about cultural art. Yep, and I say they can get bent. I say they can get bent. I say they can get bent. Because if we do that with the USA, it gets way too fucking weird. They say that the US only counts from the legal institution of it, and then like everybody else gets to use gets to use extra legal workarounds to pretend that they're older. And if we're going to use extra legal workarounds, then like the extra legal workarounds spiral out obviously into like come on, trivially into Rome for like almost every Western country. You get fuzzy on making the argument for Egypt and Sumeria. Hello, Deathheart. Hello, Deathheart. Yeah, what is the successor state? What is the successor state? A miserable pile of secrets. A miserable pile of secrets. That both France and the US are all successor states to Rome, and should all date their. We should date the founding of the United States back to 753 BCE. I think there's something. I mean, the thing is, like, we have to accept that American culture exists unless we want to talk about blue jeans as a transcendental thing granted to us by God. Unless we want to do that, like, I guess if we're going to do divine right of blue jeans, divine jazz, well, 753 is getting us very old. Like 753 is getting us very old. That's getting us like pre-Greek city-states. No, actually, I'm willing to go with you, Tohu. Like I said, I think it becomes... Hello, Amdus. I think it becomes really trivial to make the argument that the US is a successor to Rome, but to make the argument that the US is a successor to Egypt or to Sumeria is trickier. That one's trickier. That one feels less viable to me. Divine right of denim now rests in Japan. The denim right of kings. Which kings have worn denim? Which that's actually I might put that down to ask historians. Which kings? I'm sure that some kings have. I'm sure that we have some. I think I'll allow it. I'm going to go out on a limit. I'm going to go out on a guess here and guess that no Chinese emperors wore denim. I suspect that the King of Thailand has never worn jeans because he's too much of a fuss bucket. Oh, he does wear denim? He does wear crop tops. No, the thing is, like, Youthless, like, I see the King of Thailand. I thought the King of Thailand might be the kind of guy who wouldn't wear denim because he doesn't think that they're sexy enough. Like, the imperial household of Japan has been wearing, like, suits. Denim was 1600. Oh, good point, Tohu. Oh, the King of Thailand's crazy. Sharkray, if you don't know about the King of Thailand, this guy's weird. This guy's absolutely weird. Oh, Rio Ann, thank you for the follow. Rio Ann cute. Rio Ann. I like Rio Ann. Oh yeah, no. The King of Thailand is like he's like a. I'm not gonna say it. Rio, and I'm pretty sure we've met. And I think we met at Offkai. I'm not 100% sure, but I think. Oh dang! I do have you confused, but no. I like it. Rioanne has a cute model with a lot of swaps, and I like what she does. Yeah. Yep. Oh, I thought somebody was like trying to. Yeah. Youthless has it correct. He's very fashion. He is very fashion. Oh yeah, but Nate is in voice acting. Nate is in voiceover. That is the Nate career. But yeah, Rioanne has a good model. Very proud of Thai independence. That's fair. That's understandable. There's only a couple of countries that maintained full independence over the course of European colonialism. China is the arguable one. I would say China probably passes, but it's like there's China, yeah, Ethiopia, Lesotho and Eswatini, Japan, Nepal, Japan absolutely does. Having another country come in and win wars against you is not the same as like what happened to Vietnam, right? It's not the same as being like conquered, losing fights and having unequal treaties imposed upon you. Yeah, that is a big deal. It is a big deal. It's still independence. That's still independence. That's still independence. Yeah, that happens. Hello, Nagi. Hello, Nagarunsky. We got to give the shout out to Nagi, one of my dearest friends. Are you okay? Are you good, Nagi? This is like a weird time for you to be awake. I would say losing your independence is a higher bar than you are applying Tohu. I feel like losing your independence is like a quite high bar. You just woke up? Wow, this is early for you. This is early for you, Nagi. This is early. You're just saying that because you like the song. But yeah. Yeah. We wouldn't, Tohu. We wouldn't, because that happened several times and we don't say that. We don't talk about 1920s Germany as a colony of France. We don't talk about 1870s France as a colony of Germany. Or we still talk about them as we definitely talk about it as independence. We don't talk about Weimar Republic is not treated as a subsidiary country of France. That is actually the idea in Sensato. And we did do that for a few years. We did that like very strictly for a few years, and it was not. We did not manage it well. It is not generally considered a spectrum, Tohu. You are proposing a concept of independence that is non-Westphalian, and under the Westphalian norms, the Westphalian norms are kind of important here. The Westphalian norms are kind of important here. I'm sorry, Tohu. I can't. This is one I just have to push back on. You are my friend, but I think that the model you are proposing is idiosyncratic and doesn't work very well. Yeah. Nagi is famous. I'm trying, Vobern. I am trying to keep up. It's a little bit faster than I'm used to. But I think I'm working on it. Yeah, no, Nagi's the snake. Nagi's the snake. Strictly speaking, we don't. Strictly speaking, we do not actually have VIP here. I have access to VIP, but I literally have not given a single person VIP because it stresses me out. It wouldn't. I don't know. I don't want to like play favorites like that. Like Mix is a. I gave Mix mods so that he can like ban bots and stuff. Yeah, and I just let everybody post links. I'm operating on chaos rules here. Who's your top 8 on MySpace, bro? I'm like too old for MySpace. Like I do kind of wish I had been more invested I'm actually kind of glad I wasn't like even more invested in MySpace. Because like the little bit of taste I've gotten of MySpace, you're not going to get an answer in Sensato. I'm just old. Distressing over fire. Yep, exactly. The thing is like going from MySpace to every subsequent social media has been increasingly less amounts of user control and user expression. Just every step has been like less and less user control and user expression and user freedom, and more boring and unengaging to me. And so like even though I didn't use MySpace very much, even though I didn't use MySpace very much, it's still just like that little taste that I do have makes me want to break Facebook in half. Yes, Mix, it's very frustrating. It's very, very frustrating. At one point I had a Facebook that I think I never used it very much ever. I was never. Honestly, the majority of my social media usage is literally my Twitter since I became a VTuber, is like the majority of my actual social media use. And I really agree with the take from some. Yeah, I thought you might have been talking about Mix and Sensato. I thought you might. But until you said the thing about Venezuela, I was about to ask. I was lining that up as a question. I was like, are you talking about Mix? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, Twitter is useful for me as a. I think of Twitter and Blue Sky as like. They are. What do we call them? Lamp posts that I staple. They are lamp posts that I staple advertisements to. That is how I view Twitter and Blue Sky, is that they are places where I stamp my ads to, and I occasionally scroll around, and sometimes I find fun little VTuber memes and trends on Twitter, but mostly I would say that, like, the version of VTubing that exists primarily on Twitter is much worse, right? I feel like Discord doesn't even count as social media. I find it very strange when people call like Discord and Twitch and YouTube social media. That feels like very not accurate. I feel like Discord's just a messaging system. Like I feel like calling Discord a social media means like having to call like forums and Usenet and IRC social media, and something feels deeply wrong about calling IRC social media. Like, I can't be the only person who feels like that's just, like, deeply perverse. That, like... ICQ, yeah. Why did I say IRC? ICQ, yeah. Yeah, ICQ, the original social... I mean, Usenet's older. Usenet's older than ICQ, right? Email is the oldest protocol. Yeah, Usenet's old as dirt. That is, yeah, Voverin has the way that I think of it, right? I do remember, actually, I do remember talking to some friends of mine who were more normie, and like, they asked about, like, Discord servers. It's like, I was talking about, I was like, yeah, I run a couple Discord servers, and they were really impressed because for some reason they had the impression that the average Discord server is, like, 10,000 people. They're like, that's what a Discord server is, right? They're like, a Discord server is, like, the size of a small city. And my Discord server is the oldest Discord server that I use is 5 guys that I know from high school. Yeah, to me, Discord is AOL Instant Messenger and Ventrilo at the same time. That's what it is to me. That's what Discord is to me. Like it is AOL Instant Messenger and Ventrilo at the same time, and then yeah, you see, non-trivially, I view it that way because AOL Instant Messenger was mine for a very long time, and you know, I swapped over to using Discord because AOL Instant Messenger died. Like, if AOL Instant Messenger was still around, I might not use Discord, right? Like, I might use Discord a lot less if AOL Instant Messenger was still around. Like, it's I am in a couple of big Discord servers, but I almost never use them. Discord is, honestly, I like Discord. I know, like, people shit on it a lot, but, like, it's very functional. Yep, I've got a Discord. Yep, I have a Discord. We mostly share art in there. It's mostly it is primarily for people sharing photos of their food and things that they and miniatures they painted and tourism that they did. Yeah, Discord was used for state formation. Yeah, the mobile Discord is not good, but I kind of am just... That's just, like, a further conviction I have that, like, there are no good mobile apps. The only good mobile app is VLC. Even Strava isn't good. Like Strava's not good. I haven't even found, like, an ebook reader that I'm happy with for my phone. Okay. Funnily enough, RetroArch was the thing I was fighting before we started today. I mean, yeah, it's if you put thought into that, give me a program or an executable. KO Reader, I haven't played around with. I haven't played around with KO Reader. I've been using ebook reader, and book reader's better. Kindle I've used in the past, and I don't like. Kindle's not good. Kindle's just not good. Kindle is simply not good. I try to do everything inside Firefox. Oh, Anki. Anki is good. Anki, the mobile Anki app is good. What a shock. The mobile Anki on the phone is good. Anki on the phone is good. A little bit about psychology. I am a sociologist by training. I have read a fair amount of psychological literature. I've read but mostly as like grounding for doing other work. I have no specific training in psychology, right? I've read, you know, I've read Freud, I've read Jung, I've read, I'm trying to think of who the other ones, Deleuze and Guattari, right? But like, I've read some Piaget. I've never read Piaget with any depth, Mix. I've read like excerpts that were being used in other texts, like 5 pages of Piaget, like 5-10 pages of Piaget. Piaget is a psychologist who is famous for stages of psychosocial development. Yeah, and I'm not like I'm not like it's my knowledge of my knowledge of Freud is basically because you can't understand Lacan if you don't read Freud, and Lacan is useful for he's like I know what the stage I'm aware of the stages. I can't tell you what the stages are off the top of my head. I know what dissociative identity disorder is, but I don't know very much about it. I know that the movie and television words of the movie and television versions of dissociative identity disorder are unrealistic. No, Desaad's very famous if you're in European context. The concept of sadism. The concept of sadism is named after Desaad. Live within a social. Yeah, my understanding, Mix, correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding of Piaget stages is that they are primarily, also hello Beautiful Angel, hello Blue. The big Piaget stages are stuff. Hold on, I'm trying to remember. Are the Piaget stages the ones that are like understanding object permanence, or are they the ones that are about understanding ethical frameworks? I want to say that the Piaget stages are like developing a sense of permanence and developing a sense of. Okay. I thought there was a different. I thought the ones around like moral stages was somebody else. And then, like the understanding of like increasing levels of like logic and reasoning and the exterior world was Piaget stages, and somebody else had like the ethical stages. Ericksonian stages I know are about resolving contradictions. The Ericksonian stages are stuff like overcoming like a fundamental defining conflict of that is common to your age group. Okay. So I think there can be rules. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm saying that the rules can be changed. A thing that a lot of people are openly in rebellion against and trying to turn back the clock on. A lot of people are very upset about the fact that they can in fact change the rules. What's up, Gamma Churchill? What are you conflicted about? And I mean, in Sensanto, I don't know enough about DID. A person can have DID. It's I don't know. Whether or not a person has DID doesn't feel like a question on whether or not they're obnoxious and problematic for the community. Like, we've had people with no known mental illnesses who've been expelled for being obnoxious. If everyone agrees that they want the room to be blue, you can repaint their own. Yeah, it's like very, very simple rules, right? It's like very simple rules. Of course, like the consequences spiral out from there, right? The consequences of like taking that seriously spiral out from there in all sorts of complicated ways. It's one of those things that I have one of those things that I oh yeah, that's how okay, now it's ringing a bell. Thank you Mix. Now it's coming together. Yeah. Now it's coming together. Now I'm remembering this phrasing. Because concrete reasoning doesn't really show up elsewhere. The phrase concrete reasoning is pretty rare. Abstract reasoning shows up fairly frequently in other forms of literature, in like other philosophies and movements, but concrete reasoning does not. Concrete reasoning feels pretty specific. Okay, so Power Rangers uses footage of a show Super Sentai since 1975. Okay, yes, this is some history. Oh, I've got no idea, Gamma Churchill. I got no idea. I was about to say, Nate, Nagi, I've got bad news about the color green. And whether or not your room should be green. Got bad news about green paint that she actually knows more about. Strictly speaking, what did we say in Austrian? Did it? Huh. Nietzsche's... I think Nietzsche's not from Austria. I think he's from another part of Germany. But Nietzsche also didn't... I was talking about that, yeah. I was talking... I mean, he was also stateless. He was anti-German. Nietzsche's a very weird character. And it's always worth remembering that Nietzsche was not saying, I killed God as a deliberate act. He was saying, we have killed God. He was making a diagnosis. The way that I remember it was, God is dead and we have killed him. How shall we live with ourselves? We murderers of murderers. And he's making the arguments that, and what he's making is he's not making a metaphysical argument, right? He is not making a metaphysical argument. He's not making an argument about whether or not God exists. He's making a claim about the place of religion as an authority. He's making a claim about like the political role. Yeah, Nietzsche's really fun in that he talks about, he uses metaphysics as a metaphor, but he doesn't actually do a lot of metaphysics. That's not true in Sensato. I have met people who understand Hegel. I recommend against it. My experience, having met quite a few Hegelians in my life, is that if you understand Hegel, you cannot understand anything else in the world. Understanding Hegel and understanding anything else is mutually exclusive. Hegel is the madness rune. I recommend just leaving him alone. Just leaving him alone. Just you can just read Marx. Like, you'll be fine. I do think that that's a cute phrasing. Nietzsche's the perfect philosopher. Smart people and stupid people enjoy him. Some understand him. Nietzsche's genuinely... Oh yeah, Schopenhauer's fun, man. Schopenhauer's... of course you love Schopenhauer, Nagi. Hello, Oatsmate. Welcome in. Called you Schopenhauer. I can see it, Mix. I can see it. I definitely can see Nagi liking Schopenhauer. I can definitely see it. It makes perfect sense to me. It makes perfect sense to me. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. For the people who might not be familiar with what the hell we're going on about, we're talking about German philosophers. Schopenhauer is not nearly as famous as Nietzsche, and he precedes Nietzsche somewhat. Schopenhauer gets to go down as usually the most pessimistic philosopher who is not actually, strictly speaking, a philosophical pessimist. Schopenhauer's... A lot of what Schopenhauer was doing was kind of translating and repackaging Buddhist ideas for a German context. And his... he a big thing about Buddhism, right, is that suffering is inevitable. It is an output of the relationship between our desires and our ability to perceive things and our boundedness in time. And then, you know, this suffering can be overcome by following the Eightfold Path. And Schopenhauer just kind of didn't believe in the Eightfold Path part of this. He was just kind of like, suffering is an inevitable output of the fact that we exist in the world, and the relationship between desires and achievements inevitably makes suffering happen. He's an absolute curmudgeon. He's a total curmudgeon. It is worth noting that Nagi is correct on pointing out that he oscillates wildly. He is all over the place. Schopenhauer is all over the place. Schopenhauer is like a really aggressive animal rights activist, and a really strong activist on behalf of like respecting public spaces. Also like an extreme misogynist. And like he had a real hard-on for Prussian soldiers. Like he was like I think we'd recognize him today as like a black-pilled guy. Like if Schopenhauer would fit into the 21st century pretty easily as like a black-pilled 4chaner. Much better writer than most of them, but I think he's much more amusing when he isn't particularly powerful or likely to shoot up schools. So ahead of his time, yeah. So ahead of his time. Oh no, what's JCO got for us? No, what are you doing, JCO? One of the biggest posters. Oh my god. This is really good. Joyce Carol Oates is a really good poster. I'm not envious of her. She's so powerful, but I'm really not envious of her. No, don't being a good poster is terrible. A terrible power to have. I don't really have a Diogenes hot take. I have a Diogenes lukewarm take, which is that I do not believe Plato successfully vanquished Diogenes. I think Diogenes was... I'm assuming that we're talking about the philosopher, not about the historian. The historian I have less to say about. Yeah. You say to the Buc-ee's drive-thru when they ask if you need anything else in here. Exactly. Trolled to the end of his days and beyond. Like we're still getting trolled by a Diogenes. It's a real brutal statement about the world that like. Well, I think that Plato ultimately loses. I think that Plato has ultimately lost the debate. Plato's core arguments all feel insanely inapplicable to the 21st century. I just don't think it's reasonable to propose a government form where you are just lying to everyone all the time about who's in charge of what. I don't think that it's a good idea to just like have a world without poetry and art. I think that that's kind of ridiculous. I think he was just deeply wrong about the nature of how people should relate to one another. And I don't think that he managed to clear Diogenes at all. I think that, his whole thing about the Ring of Gyges feels insane to me, right? The Ring of Gyges thing feels completely insane in the 21st century. I find it so surprising to me that, like, that like people don't have the hello Xanadu. Hello Xanadu. The Ring of Gaiju's take has been accepted as on his terms for so long. It feels Ring of Gaiju's is a thought experiment by Plato in, I think, the Symposium, that proposes that if you gave somebody the Ring of Gaiju's, which is a ring that you put it on and you become invisible, right? You become invisible. A person who had this power would become just completely evil, right? They would just be raping and murdering like crazy. And the core of this, right, is that Plato is making the argument that the only thing that reigns in a Lord of the Rings is Tolkien was making an intentional reference that he expected the audience to get. And thank you, Insensato. Thank you. Yeah, Shark Ray, I know, is just killing me. I mean, not okay. So as an American living in the United States in 2025, where evil feels compulsory and mandatory, and that doing good works gets you punished, right? Living in a country where all of the people who are doing good works have to conceal their identities just in order to give to the poor and aid the weak. The idea that like the Ring of Gaiju's would only be used for evil feels completely insane, right? Completely insane. Absolutely do it, Insensato. Do it. I love the little guy. I need to DM Toffee about the little guy. But yeah, it's and I mean he is making the argument, of course. He's not really talking about like literal physical. He is kind of talking about literal physical invisibility, but that's not important. The important part is that like you would be freed from consequences, right? If you were freed from social consequences, you would be you would be evil, right? The only thing that prevents you from being evil is pure social norms, right? Is just discipline and punishment, which, like, again, I just can't truck with. I just can't truck with that. Yes, also think, yeah, exactly, Mix. Is that exactly that? I was thinking about that. When that is something I was thinking about, right? That like when you develop an independent sense of morality that is not just based on evading punishment, yeah, hurting others is hard. It's like intuitively hard, and it's I don't know. I experience pain when I even just like don't do enough to help others. Like it's yes, it does. Oh, and here's the thing, right, Nagi? This is the place where it gets interesting, is like violence against others is historically incredibly common. However, it requires quite a bit of incentive, right? And it's sometimes it's not. I am thinking less about like in combat and more like I want my neighbor's cow, right? And like even that is not something that's like the most common, and it's not for nothing that a lot of really violent action in the world has as a preamble a lengthy and deliberate process of dehumanization. Like it's not for nothing, right? The dehumanization is like a very long process that states often have to put a lot of effort into. Yes, absolutely mixed. I've worked with people in prison, right? I've known people who spent time in prison, and it's pretty obvious that the vast majority of the ones who did anything violent, there was some fucked up things happening with power. There was almost always some really fucked up things happening involving power. The most common, obviously, being that a person was put into a position where they needed resources, and the only way for them to acquire resources in a timely fashion was through violence. Like, for example, one of the, a guy who robbed a house because he was a meth addict, and there was no way that he was going to get the money in a timely fashion from working his day job, right? Like, that's like a fairly typical story. And the other type of story is more depressing, but involves a more fucked up type of power, so we'll leave that one alone. Insensato, that's actually a really interesting question. Because there's multiple ways to slice that, right? There's multiple ways to slice that. The total number of wars fought definitely started going down from the start of the Industrial Revolution. The average chance that a given war would be happening between two states in a fixed geographic region went down considerably, starting with the Industrial Revolution. This is for a number of reasons. Yeah, the invention of the printing press did not. The invention of the printing press did not. And then there's absolutely a period of a lot of the wars that we've had since the start of the Industrial Revolution have been, individually speaking, radically more devastating, right? World War I and World War II are extraordinarily devastating in a way that no medieval war was. That said, in terms of proportion of people killed, they have nothing on the European Wars of Religion. The European Wars of Religion are crazy. And the argument, I'm going to invoke the most boring argument about it, which is the realist argument. IR realism is something I think is boring and is usually over-applied, but I think that the IR realism lens is actually pretty fair here, which is that the amount of Insensato, what's your native language, if you don't mind me asking? I'm just kind of curious. Because I know who you're talking about, but is that how his name is said in Portuguese or Spanish or something? Argentinian. Okay, Spanish. Okay. Yeah, okay. Because in English we say Martin Luther. We don't say Lutero, we say Luther. I think Luther might be more likely to be accurate because it's Germanic to Germanic as opposed to Germanic to Romantic. But I was like, I've never seen Martin Lutero. I know who you're talking about, but I've never seen that. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't feel like you need to fix it. I think I'm actually cool with language localization in general. But okay, the realism element of talking about industrial era wars is that wars post-industrialization are both more expensive and less remunerative. They are less, they cost more and reward you less. So this is kind of like one of the insights that I like about World War I, is that World War one. Hello, Emmerich Draws. Insensato, that's really funny. Re Martin Lutero, that's really funny. Also, Insensato, you might appreciate that my model artist, he was here earlier, but I'll shout him out again. My model artist, Sensational, is Argentine. Is Argentine. But yeah, so wars, once you start getting things like not just gunpowder, but like notably explosive shells. Notably explosive shells is like a big thing in this. Explosive shells make oh, that's a good one. Oh, we're still 1 minute out. When we come back from the ad break, it'll be Halloween. When we're talking about and I love that emote. That you know, the invention of explosive shells, and particularly penetrating explosive shells, meant that the cost of waging war goes up radically, because building an explosive shell is way more expensive than making swords. I don't know about intended. The machine gun was intended to put a lot of bullets down range quickly. There was an analysis that machine guns would. There was actually contradictory analyses that machine guns would be incredibly useful for offensive operations, and also people thinking they would be incredibly good for defensive operations. And the thing is, like, the deterrence effect of better weapons is really kind of complicated, and that's definitely an analysis in Sensato. I'm not going to fight on that one because we're about to go into ads. But the the thing that gets penetrating explosive shells are both also Happy Halloween. Now it's Halloween. The penetrating explosive shells gets are very expensive to make compared to making swords or crossbows or even muskets, and then starting with and then they also destroy all of the things that you would want to capture anyway. So and it's one of those things where, like, the cultural norms that Europeans have lived with, and that all sedentary societies have lived with for thousands of years, are ones where wars are relatively cheap to wage and really rewarding to win at. Right, the expected value for doing an offensive war for most of human history is pretty good, because all that you're losing is a bunch of peasants, and you have the ability to gain a bunch of land. That's a pretty good deal. However, when land is less valuable than machines, and the thing that you are losing is so much more expensive than your peasantry, then it becomes much less valuable. This is the realist analysis, right? This is the realist analysis of warfare, is that going into World War I, the people who started World War I were still used to a paradigm, had been raised with a cultural paradigm that taught them that a war is something that is easy and simple and glorious and cool and cheap, and that has enormous potential payoff. And it was not. That they were working with cultural tools and knowledge that was out of date to the economic reality of the types of warfare that they were looking at. Which is interesting, right? Which is interesting. We are going into ads. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to use the bathroom. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I'm back. Yeah, ads are funny. I do still need to get up and use the bathroom and such on an hourly basis, and everybody should get up and take a stretch break on the hourly basis. But you know, that's just me. That's just me. People of Southeast Asia like the Latin Americans of Asia. What fighting games are people into in Southeast Asia? That's the real question. That's my understanding of what it is to be Latin American is primarily to have a favorite fighting game. Tekken. My favorite cultural thing, my favorite cultural regional thing in gaming is that Vietnam is the one place where people are really married to Age of Empires 1. Hey, Zandu, thank you for the watch streak. For some reason, like every other country on the planet is an Age of Empires 2 country, and then Vietnam is an Age of Empires 1 country. Although Age of Empires 1 is like even Age of Empires 2 is like really unevenly distributed. It's I think the most represented countries at the pro level are the People's Republic of China, Austria, Norway. I'm not sure what else. I think, though, that out of all of the video games, Age of Empires 2 is the one with the most Palestinian overrepresentation, which I think is really interesting. I literally do not know any other game where the pro scene has like a dominant figure that is Palestinian. Tell me if there is one. Tell me if there is one. But yeah, you've heard CS16, Counter-Strike 16. Is Counter-Strike 16 a game? I don't know. I only know what CS:GO is. And CS Classic. Counter-Strike 1.6. Interesting. Strictly speaking, Commander, that other guy, what's going on, and I just always find this really interesting. The best Age of Empires player, period, full stop. The best Age of Empires player that we have ever had so far is a guy who goes by Hera, who is a Palestinian Canadian, who lives in Argentina, interestingly. And it's actually genuinely kind of interesting. He moved from Canada to Argentina, and he's just like never lost ever again. Like as soon as he moved to Argentina, he just like locked in. He was already the best player in the world, and then it's just like, oh, he's just like outrageously better than everybody else now. Big blue hole off of Belize's East Coast. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the mate made him Super Saiyan. It's actually really crazy. Like I don't watch too much of the higher level tournaments. Age of Empires 2 is like the one like high level game. It's the one game I watch like high levels at. I don't know why. I don't even play it. But it's fucking Voltes V. What is Voltes V? We got a bunch. Can any Filipinos in chat sound off on that one? Because I haven't seen any of the people who I know are Filipino in chat right now. But I know that we've got a couple who are around. I just don't know if any of them are around today. I know Kira, JJ, Babinka are all. I think Babinka's Filipino American. There was another Filipino, I forget who. Oh, Cavi's in the Philippines. Yeah. Cavi is Bisaya. Does every nation have a national mecha anime? You would know this. In case people don't know, in case anybody might not know this, Mix knows everything about mecha anime. It's actually really wild. I asked him like what he was like into, and he said, "I know everything about mecha," and I was like, "Okay, yeah, whatever." People just say it. I thought he was just being exaggerating. I thought he was just doing a bit. And no, it's actually just true. It's actually just alarmingly true. It's actually just alarmingly true. The mecha anime is Mazinger. Nice. Nice. What's okay. The US got a bad version of Golan. Actually, that makes sense to me that the US's national the US's national mecha anime would be the bad version of Go Lion. Right? That just makes perfect sense to me. That it would just be Is there a big O country? Yeah, in Sansato, do so. I am trying to make money off of this. Like I want there to be viewers. Like the whole, which is I rely on word of mouth. You know, if people want to watch, if people want to lurk, if people want to hang out, like please do. Yeah, I mean, why not? Why not? You wouldn't be the first trans person to watch this channel. Yeah, like a third of my friends are trans IRL. The hull, which is a collapsed cave system and super popular with divers, has a layer of sulfide gas dissolved in water about 200 feet down, creating a murky, toxic layer from decomposing biomass that fell in it, creating an anoxic environment, I'm assuming, that now prevents decay. When mapped for the first time with a submersible drone, they found 2 of the 3 reported missing divers' bodies. Whew. Ouch. Ouch. I like that that Big Ham has a I like that Big Ham has a has an anime intro of herself to the tune of Big O. I like that. It's good. It's a good move on her part. Big Ham. We love Big Ham around here. And I mean, I can tell you why I've got so many trans friends, and it's actually really uncomplicated, which is that I'm a communist in Brooklyn. It's really not complicated how that happened. There was a lake with a similar situation in Africa. Yeah, that can happen. I usually say so, yeah. I usually say so. I'm very left-wing. I certainly am considered communist by the government. Certainly by American standards, I'm considered a communist. No, that's because of Ganondorf. That's because of Ganondorf. It's my Halloween costume. This is my normal. This is me normal. This is me looking normal. This is me for Halloween. This is me for Halloween. I should have done it for like the whole month, but I was sloppy and off date. I do not have a positive impression of Malay. I will leave it alone though. I do not have Sakmantas recolored. I did not do that. I did not recolor Sakmantas. So Sakmantas is simply here. Sakmantas is simply here. I didn't think that far ahead. I also don't know how I would do that. I don't know which parts I would really recolor, right? I don't know if I would recolor like everything but the jacket and the scarf, or if I would just do like the top part of the head. I don't know. Nothing feels right to me. I probably wouldn't take as long as doing it for the main body, though, to be honest. I probably could have done it relatively easily. The main body took forever because it's, like, there's like 300 hair layers. So, you know, that adds up quite a bit. That adds up to quite a bit. I don't know what, I don't know what 1986 is. I've read 1984. And 1Q84, which I will be honest, I didn't like 1Q84. I don't know what it is, but at some point in my life, I just stopped liking Murakami. I just like, I don't entirely know what it is. Murakami is leaves me cold. I do not know that one. The Something of the Brothers. I don't know that one. Oh, hold on. Oh, okay. The water features thing. I don't know that too much about water features. Oh, you can pump those numbers up. You can pump those numbers up easy in Sensato. I can give book recommendations till the cows come home. I'm not even the biggest reader that I know. I'm like I read quite a bit. Oh, the Iliad. Oh, wow. I feel dumb. That's the Iliad. Okay. I mean, if you read the Iliad, that's a beefy boy. The Iliad's no joke. Yeah. The Iliad is called La Eliada. Okay, that makes sense. I know a lot of Americans who like Murakami, and it's possibly just not appreciate him. I am not, like I said, I something changed where I stopped liking him. I do feel like it's a claim that I hear a lot about a lot of Japanese literature, and there are some that I think are actually really still good, even if you don't speak any Japanese, and I speak some Japanese. So it's I don't think it completely appeals. Oh, the Epic of Gilgamesh rules. You've only read 11 books, and you've read, and 3 of them are from before the year 500 BC. That's crazy. That's an insane distribution in Sensato. that's a crazy distribution. What is the... I need to like get re-up on reading something. I haven't really been reading any books particularly deeply since I finished my reread of The Dispossessed, which has been like 2 weeks. Like 2 weeks I've basically like not really read any books. I've got a couple of manga that I'm like kind of peripherally reading at the moment. But I think the only one I'm really making any progress on is Ijimete Gokko. That one actually rocks. Ijimete Gokko and Devilman I'm making some progress on. But I've got like 20 other ones I'm like not making any progress on. It's nice to read a novel periodically. It's honestly kind of an interesting thing that I find, like, even though I mostly like nonfiction, I am mostly a nonfiction guy. It is just really funny to me. Like I get used to being a person who's like about half of the books I read in a year are like academic nonfiction, and then I'm reading like 12 to 20 books a year. Like that's like 10 to 20 books a year probably. There are some years where I read like 2 books in the entire year. But I think on average I'm probably reading like 10ish. I think that sounds about right. And then I'll talk to like Dulcie. Like Dulcie is reading like 50 to 60 books a year, but they're reading like all like very light novels. And it's just like the contrast in how fast I can read even like a Han Kang novel versus a like even a pretty easy like even like a more challenging literary fiction novel is so much easier to read than like an even pretty lightweight history book. Like Infantry in Battle is still like a lot harder to read than Greek Lessons. And it might just be that I'm like a scrub and I'm not taking the novel seriously, and that's why. It's just like if I'm reading, say, Metropolis and Hinterland, right? Or The Grain Market in Ancient Rome was one that was just like that one took me forever. I wasn't like having a bad time with it. It just did take me forever because like I was like, okay, no, hold on. I need to think about this. I need to think about how much do I really believe Varro here? How much does this account really make sense? How many labor hours does this kind of thing represent? What is the implied justice system involved in having these kind of relationships? What does this tell me about what I already know about the recruiting system? This kind of thing. I'm just like constantly thinking. It's like it requires so much more of me than like any fiction story ever does. I think a lot of it is also just like a lot of it is what do we call that? Being kind of hit with the like if I'm reading fiction, I'm just like vibing, right? I can just kind of accept everything in the fiction as its own premise. And I don't need to like question whether or not I believe that any individual statement in it is true. I mean, if it's a story like that's got like a relatively unreliable narrator is like part of the conceit, you know, like Temporary, right? You know, Temporary is a good novel. It's very short, but you do have to like kind of ask yourself questions about like how literal things are intended. Similarly with Octopus Pie is often very impressionistic and not very literal, and also everybody's doing drugs all the goddamn time. And so it's like, you know, you're thinking about that kind of thing, but it's like so much less demanding than doing like, do I trust this archaeological claim? Kind of stuff, right? What fictional book have you found impactful in an unexpected way? I mean, honestly, whenever a fiction book really impacts me, it's unexpected. I'll be honest. They almost never hit me. I was assuming a book of fiction. I was assuming a work of fiction, Tohu. I was assuming a work of fiction. Ugh. What's... I feel like every time a fiction book like really hits me, it's kind of unexpected. I'm trying to think about one that like really... Oh yeah. That's from yeah. Well, that's like To Kill a Mockingbird is the phrase from the book To Kill a Mockingbird. usually where fiction kind of hits me is in making me think about what I want from life. And like, this is what Tuesday's stream was about, right? This is what Tuesday's stream was about, was Octopus Pie. And Octopus Pie still is making me think about, what do I want from life? And what do I want from my future? I don't want to get too personal about it. So we'll get maudlin if we get too into it. And we don't need that, right? We don't need that. What's one that like really impacted me in a really unexpected way? I mean, yeah, the Dispossessed had the same impact on me. A funny one that's a recurring one is Lord of the Rings. A way in which Lord of the Rings has impacted me in a way that I did not expect at all from Lord of the Rings, and I am confident is not the intention of Lord of the Rings, is reducing my respect for the wealthy and powerful. Really radically. It wasn't like I had a lot of respect for the wealthy and powerful before. But I do feel... It's not that, Commander. It's not that. It is that one of the... It is that the wealthy and powerful of the United States have decided to use Lord of the Rings as their catch-all metaphor for how it's really cool to spy on everyone simultaneously and to do ethnic discrimination and to have servants that you don't need to listen to. And that there's no such thing as a punishment for hubris. And it's just fucking weird. I'm sorry, it's just goddamn weird. Like, say what you will about the Ayn Rand fanboys, at least the references that they're making are connected to the text. If you're going to do, like, hardcore aristocratic libertarianism and then, like, talk about John Galt, like, at least the book agrees with you on the face of it. Whereas for Lord of the Rings, it's just, like... What are you talking about? Like, these are not books about how Sauron's a super cool dude who gets everything he wants, and Sam is a weak bitch little cuck, which seems to be their interpretation. Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah, mix, absolutely mix, like no question about it, right? Like the lengths that a person will go to package their rape kink. I wonder how much of the rest of the political philosophy like flows from there. No, I don't actually. I don't insensate. I only do traditional. I only do traditional. I'd prefer to mix. I'm hoping not. I know what cheese is as a concept. But I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you use the game. Oh, okay. I apologize. I don't know how to help you there. Kind of galvanize you against it. That happens. That happens. Oh, chess. Chess. Yeah, chess. I know chess. I know chess. I'm not good at chess. I am not good at chess. The reason I'm not good at chess is almost entirely psychosocial. Which is that in chess you're not you're the only person who is responsible for why you lost. And that makes me feel bad about myself. When I lose, I take it personally. And then if you're taking it personally, you don't get better at it. So, oops, that's kind of it. I'm usually fairly good at spatial intelligence. I'm just a sore loser. Is what it is. I'm just a sore loser. That's all that it is. I'm assuming you mean, yeah, I was about to say, I assume you mean 2K, because there's never been a 2000K elo. There's never been a 2000K elo. We are very far away from that. Yes, exactly, Mix. Exactly, Mix. Nobody is actually good at Apex, so it doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter. And yeah, I think that that you are. Hold on, let's kind of go back, because I think that Mix was correct in pointing out that a large percentage of Ayn Rand's shit was her throwing a temper tantrum over the fall of the Russian Empire. I know, Tohu, I know. I've seen them. I know that I will never be that good, so it doesn't matter. It also doesn't feel like it attacks anything that feels fundamental to me. I don't want it, Mix, I'm gonna be honest, I just kind of don't want it all to tie together, because I don't like the idea that, like, annoying second wave feminism and 21st century Puritans are correct about sexuality. I prefer my oh yeah, there was Niemeyer. Niemeyer was accused of that. It was a very stupid accusation, Tohu. It was a very, very stupid accusation that was extremely embarrassing. For everyone. Basically, Niemeyer, who's I might be getting his name wrong because I don't really think about chess that deeply, was a pretty good chess player. I would say a very good chess player. He's a very, very good chess player. But there's a difference between very good and Carl Magnus. And Magnuson. And no, Magnus Carlsen. See how good I am at this? There's a very big gap, right? And he won a game against Magnus Carlsen. He won a game against Magnus Carlsen by making a really unintuitive move. He made a really, really unintuitive move, and like not a lot of people get to do that. He did not have a good explanation for why he made that move when people asked him afterwards about his like fundamental like game-winning move, because it was like it was something very weird, like a seemingly random rook sacrifice turned out to actually be insanely good at like 10 plus moves out. but he didn't have that explanation. He was just like, it was the only move that made any sense at the time. And he's also a huge dick. So people were kind of inclined to believe that he was cheating. And nobody could figure out how it was not obvious how he could have been cheating, right? That was the big thing. Is like there were no obvious avenues for how he could have cheated. And so people tried to come up with like what he could have done as a cheating technique, because he didn't have his phone out. There was nobody who could have been signaling to him in any way that made any sense, like visually. So I'm personally inclined to believe that he thought he had lost, and so he just made a near random move just to he just made like a frustrated move. And then it turned out that move was actually insanely good. And he's too prideful for him to admit that he kind of made the move by accident. That's kind of my inclination. But one of the explanations that people were looking for was that somebody was giving him Morse code instructions via butt plug, which was a joke in the first place, but then got taken seriously. Yeah, it's not a very complicated explanation, which is why I favor it, right? Is the guy won for dumb reasons, but then wasn't willing to admit that he won for dumb reasons. Because he's kind of a dick. Yeah. He's kind of a dick. So it was probably intuitive. It was probably driven somewhat by frustration. It's the kind of move that somebody would make out of frustration and anger, right? It was a total YOLO move. I recognize that as the move that somebody in Age of Empires would make, where they just int, right? They just all in they just YOLO all in the hopes that it will end, or it will, that either they lose quickly or something happens that they weren't predicting, right? That's kind of what it looked like to me. I'm not that good at chess though. And yes, I am with you, Mix. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Tohu. Exactly. Yeah. And again, the guy's very prideful, right? He's very prideful, and he very much believes in intellectualism, and he's not a smart enough troll. Because if you're a really smart troll at chess, I think the really smart way that you troll at chess is not by being I'm smarter than everybody else, but just saying oh, I actually don't know what I'm doing. I think that's a much better troll in chess. Is if somebody's wow, that was a brilliant move. What was your logic? And just being that was pure dumb luck, or I picked up the piece without meaning to, so I had to make a play, or else yeah, I touched the piece by accident, and therefore I had to make a play, or else it would have been illegal. And then I panicked. Yeah, it would make people go crazy. I'm just moving my horsey around. Is a good bit. It's a good one. Do it. Yeah. Admitting to luck could drive cheat. I mean, the other thing, right, is Youthless is the chess community is really addicted to cheating accusations, which is actually how I know most of this. I don't actually know this stuff by following chess. I know this stuff because I watched a Sarah Z video. It's Cat Deer Snooze. Hello, Cat Deer Snooze. How are you? You love Sarah Z? Is that the raid? It's the I probably won't fix this in time because it doesn't matter at this point. But my the key for changing the skin color is just literally the number 1. So whenever I use the exclamation point shoutout command, it changes the color back. How is Deadlock Cat Deer Snooze? Cat Deer Snooze is a lovely lady. She has a very interesting model that's permanently getting married. She is permanently getting married. So it's I have a great deal of affection for Cat Deer Snooze. How is the deadlock? And welcome to the Raiders. My name for the Raiders is Almantas. I'm a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber. I mostly do a lot of calligraphy and miniatures painting. I like to play Kerbal Space Program and other highly mathy games. I was planning on doing something like that, but we're almost 3 hours in and I haven't started. So... oh no, don't be mean to the guests. Don't be mean to the guests. She has made the decision to entrust her community with us. And you're being judgmental about her deadlock play. I have not touched deadlock. I don't know. A couple of people I know really like deadlock. I have no idea if I would like deadlock. I don't know. I don't know. The one of the team shooter that I really like is Mecha Break. I like Mecha Break. That's the one I like. But I also haven't played it in literally months, so I clearly don't like it that much. I clearly don't like it that much. Yeah. Well, I like the one MOBA I played. I liked the one MOBA that I played. So, you know, it's not like I hate the genre. I just don't know. I've only played one. Here's the Storm, baby. I've only played the Scumbag MOBA for losers. It might have. I haven't thought about it in years. Cool how they made the queen the most powerful piece of the queen is a little bitch. It's actually kind of this is actually a kind of interesting thing. Gringotts, that oh that makes it sound very hard. Because I'm very bad at video games. I am like hard bronze in Overwatch and in Marvel Rivals. You know what? I'm fine with that. I actually think that's better if you ask me. I think that adding roster creep is a turnoff. I'm personally of the opinion that roster creep is a turnoff. I don't mind like adding new maps. I think adding new maps is pretty good, but I think like adding new things to the roster, like I'm almost at the point of being like I should only play games that have a fixed roster. Like only once a game says they stop adding characters to the roster will I play it. Like I'm like almost at that point on this. Like like I want to. Mix, that's confusing. That's a confusing sentence. Just like grammatically. Check your parsing. Oh, you mean, okay, I do understand what you mean, Mix. Each play style you can think. I think it depends a little bit. I think that, I think it depends a little bit, on your design objectives and the type of game that you're doing. Yeah, I don't know. The game that I think about the most from like a competitive, the game that has classes I think about the most from a competitive standpoint, that I think is the most interesting. The most interesting class-based game I think about is Red Orchestra. And Red Orchestra, like, I think most missions there's maybe 3 classes. Like typically there's only 3 classes per mission. There's a couple missions I think have a couple more, but I don't think a ton of them do. I think it's pretty typical to just have like snipers, officers, and riflemen. I think it's pretty typical for a Red Orchestra map. There are maps that have sappers, or something like that. Yes, absolutely do that in Sensei. I've got a 5x5. Huh. I feel like that's excessive myself. I feel like that's decadence. But also, like, I don't know, my tuning is set to like I said, it's like I'm set to like Red Orchestra and Return to Castle Wolfenstein. The enemy territory series is 4 common. I think there might literally not be any map, any way to have more than 4 classes in enemy territory. Yeah, the Red Orchestra is typically just riflemen, snipe. Not even every map has snipers. Well, I mean, mix. I mean, again, I'm used to ones like in Red Orchestra, like a map you'll have like 2 officers, 2 snipers, and then 20 riflemen, right? Like 20 to 30 riflemen. Well, I mean, that's kind of like the identity of a hero shooter, right? The identity of a hero shooter. Yeah. How many languages do I know? 0.5? 0.75 maybe? I kid. But I think I have... English is my native language. I speak it okay. I think I'm pretty decent at English. I have very crude Japanese. In Sensei, I'm partially making a riff on an old joke. I think it was Seneca. Seneca said, if you only speak 1 language, you actually speak 0 languages. But I speak some Japanese. ちょっと日本語がわかります。I'm still working on it. And yeah, I mean, I will say less about... I will say that, like, I think that the way that they have done class variety in... I mostly think that the way that they've designed classes in general for Marvel Rivals is a huge improvement over Overwatch, but it still has created a huge problem where the variety inside of the DPS sector is really large, and the variety inside the tank and healing sectors is very small. And so, and that gets like really telling in Rivals. Yeah, exactly, Toho. Exactly what I'm getting at. And it gets made like much worse in Rivals by the fact that the tanks are so much more defining of what your team is. Oh yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. It's a challenge. It's a challenge that you have. But it also, they made the problem, I think, worse by bloating the DPS sector very heavily. I think that has made the problem substantially worse. From their perspective. I do not think it's a... Tanks are mandatory. Healers are even more mandatory. In Rivals, you can kind of get away with a 0-4-2 comp, but you cannot even get away with like a 2-3-1 comp. Like a 2-3-1 comp is basically suicide. The game is balanced around doing a 2-2-2 team, a 1-3-2 team is pretty viable. But even like a 0-4-2 is way more viable. No number of healers is viable other than 2. No number of healers is viable other than exactly 2 in Rivals. It's pretty remarkable. I I mean, that is the way that they say it in Rivals, but I don't think they did a good job. Like, that's what they said in Rivals, is that, like, you know, this is they're strategists, they're not healers, and you know, a good Mantis or a good Luna is putting out a lot of damage. I've gotten some I think Mantis has often been like my best DPS class, but that's not the same as that actually being true. Yeah, that's not the same as them actually having accomplished their goals. Like, you can say that, but that doesn't mean it's true. You can say stuff and it's just an exaggeration, right? That's, you know. Yeah. I mean, I mean, and coming from having my most played game as Warframe, where for most, not I don't think now, but for a lot of the game's lifespan, your gun, you could have any class was viable as long as it carried a good gun. Yeah, the old Invuln Trinity. Yeah, X's are always tricky. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. I mean, it's worth pointing out that quote is actually not about, like, romantic partners. It is a pun about romantic partners, but it's actually about the letter X. I find letter X the challenge of to be really challenging. Smartest thing to do is to not give characters support heals. I do wonder, Mix, about creating a game where the player characters are all supports. Like, I do wonder, like, me and you as guys who like playing healers and supporting, I do wonder about a game where, like, the DPS is all done by bots. And it's all, you just all do support. Yeah, let's go with Math. Yeah, I was playing Payday, I think. I'm pretty sure I was playing Payday. Math in Payday is really powerful. You have to keep your idiot that's alive as the only... Mix, you have made... hello, Bross of Gravy. I like the idea of doing a... I mean, the obvious way to do this, that wouldn't be, like, actually simulating the part that you and I are talking about, but the obvious way to do, like, long-suffering healer simulator is a visual novel. Right? Is a visual novel. Is a Eliza, but you're the healer. You're the raid healer. Yeah, you could make this in, like, Twine. Yeah. But I do think that, like a game that's like the one that I really think about was in Final Fantasy XIV, the black mages just standing still the entire time in order to get their combo multiplier up, and then periodically having to get yanked out of death zones by the healers. That's always very funny. That's always very, very funny. Depending on how much you want to mock the healer thing, you could literally just program you could literally just, like, contextualize a Simon Says. Healer, why don't you heal me? Healer, why don't you DPS? Yeah. I think it's actually, I don't know. I didn't get very far in 14, but I did think it felt to me in 14, as a person who rotated between Warrior, Bard, and Astrologian, to me it felt as though in Final Fantasy XIV they're all DPS. And yeah, that one's good. it felt as though they're all DPS, and everybody is doing DPS, but they all have a mini game that they're doing. You're all doing DPS, and you all have a mini game, and the mini game for healers is healing, and the mini game for tanks is pulling, and the mini game for DPS is doing random Simon Says nonsense. It's just like clicking on random switches and levers that are specific to each individual fight is how you play DPS. And then you go back to DPSing. Americans usually spell it JOSEF. I don't know if that's like truly correct, but that's usually how we spell it. That's usually how Americans spell it. Joseph Stalin. Which is itself kind of a change, because I think when I was younger, we spelled it JOSEPH. I don't entirely get what the deal is with that. Yeah, but we don't say we never say Jugasvili. We always say we always say Stalin. We never use his we almost never use his birth name. We always use his nom de guerre. God, could you imagine people being like weird cops about like, oh, Stalin's, you use Stalin's birth name. Suggest to call him Yef. I do that. I think Jugasvili is pretty good. I mean, mix. We could get everybody really mad. We could get everybody really mad and insist on calling him Man of Steel. Have a good night, Tohu. Have a good night, Tohu. So just never mentioning Joseph Stalin in Ukraine. It's understandable. I mean, he's a historic figure. I mean, I don't have a lot of affection for the man. I don't feel the need to do Stalin apologetics. We can do that. Chow was a little bit busy tonight, Tohu. Chow was a little bit busy. I think it was mostly a pedantic argument about what is sovereignty. I maintain that foreign policy is control of your foreign policy is pretty important, but that's kind of all it is. Yeah, but yes, Mix, I think that this will make you incredibly mad that, I know a Stalin apologist, a Stalin apologist, who is really insistent that, the Zack Snyder Superman was actually about the Soviet Union and how based it was. They were supposed to understand Superman as a moral figure because he's a Marxist-Leninist. This guy's like one of my like top 10 like most tilting people I've known in my life. We know his politics. He's not left wing at all. Like we know his politics. He's an objectivist. He's very right wing. He's very right wing. Like this is not a mystery. He was like, oh no, like liberals think this is a libertarian story because they can't understand an alternative to capitalism that isn't just more capitalism. And I'm like, no, I think it looks like an Ayn Rand story because the guy's an Ayn Rand guy. I don't know, like what? Very frustrating guy. Very frustrating. I mean, this guy was a very lesson learned type of person for me because he's definitely like of the stereotype. I've met several types of guys like this. I've met several guys like this who are socialists because they think that they will be the guards at the gulag. Like that's their goal. Is like they want to be the guard at the gulag. You know, the part where people the everything else is trivial compared to that. Very frustrating people. We are going to ads in 2 minutes. I am going to run the ads because I need to use the bathroom very, very badly. I need to use the bathroom for like 20 minutes. So I'm surprised I held on this long. We'll be back in like 3 to 5 minutes. All right, I'm back. I am back. Yeah. Yeah. I am back. That's a long time for me to be just chatting. It's a long time for me just purely chatting here. I kind of intended to try to do some Kerbals, but I might not be high enough IQ to handle Kerbal Space Program at the moment. I am pretty wiped out today. I am pretty wiped out. So that's a little bit of a mark against me continuing to do that. I could resume painting or do a little bit of calligraphy. Squinting really hard. I'm squinting really hard while I try to figure out what I want to do. Let me think about this. I'm just gonna think out loud. This is not so much asking for a vote as like thinking out loud. All right, Commander. Have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night. And hello, Blobby Derp. Hello, Blobby Derp. So just thinking out loud here. Okay, so I am pretty fried and frazzled at the moment. I'm pretty fried and frazzled. I do want to be doing something like with my hands or like gaming wise, just to just to I don't know, just to keep myself mobile, to keep myself stimulated, to keep to have something on the screen for you folks to look at. Definitely not interested in ending now. It's only 3 hours in. We're only 3 hours in. Only 3 hours in. And cognitively stupid. I am okay. I'm very fried. This has been a during subathon, I put off a lot of work tasks that were not related to streaming, and some that were related to streaming, but a lot of things that were not related to streaming. And so this week has been paying back a fair amount of work debt. And so I have been doing a lot of days where I have been working until my eyes are on fire and then stopping just in order to not look at in order to let my eyes rest and then going back to work as soon as I got back. So I'm pretty cognitively stupid right now, which is the main thing causing me to lean a little bit against playing Kerbal Space Program. But I still might do it. I still might go for it. Still might go for it, because that's at least, you know, something. That's at least something going on with the brain. Hmm. Getting myself some water. Yeah, I haven't done the curbs in a minute. Hmm. Let me think about this. Problem is, I feel dumb as a box of rocks right now. That's the real thing that's happening right now. I feel dumb as a box of rocks. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. That's what I'm thinking about. Is like Kerbal Space Program. It's not even the most brain taxing game, but I think I will just. I think it's very likely that if I play Kerbal Space Program right now, I will just. I will just flail around pointlessly over and over again for like an hour. Megabonk. I don't own Megabonk. So that creates a problem for Megabonk. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. I actually have not done my dailies in a long ass time. I think they may no longer be my dailies. They may not qualify as dailies anymore at this point. I may have put them off for so long that they're just words. Where do I have them? I think, yeah, they're over here. Okay, let me just make sure I clean this up a little bit. Faith. I would be more likely to fire up Deep Rock, to be honest. If I want to do like a real like casual game for me, I would probably fire up Deep Rock, or I don't know, Rise of Nations maybe. That's kind of tempting. But let's just move over here and just gonna change it. Just gonna move some things around here. Window grab. All right. Let's go over here. Let's put the schedule away. We don't need the schedule of the subathon progress at the moment. Fuck off, New York Times. Start with the easiest one. Pious. Okay. Only the O. Rodan is not a word that they're going to accept. Sonar's not going to be on here. Let's try toner. Okay, terminal R. Okay, terminal OR. Lol. That would have been funny. I would have been happy if they did that. Time to do the one I hate. Oh, fuck off. Yeah, Bejor, baby. I love Bejor. I love Bejor. DS9, my favorite one. Yeah, this is... I feel like almost all the connections that just make me go, oh, for fuck's sake. Like, that's like my default reaction to seeing anything from, connections. So let's see... Pumpkin, maple, cherry... Those are all fall crops, but I don't know what other things are fall among here. So we've got a bow, rat, slipper. Are these associated with myths? Because this looks like, this makes, all I can think about is Cinderella here, right? Cinderella... I don't know what the fourth thing for Cinderella would be. The bears... There we go. Yep, Goldilocks. Yeah, one of these has got to be Cinderella. I just can't think of what the fourth thing is on here. I don't know what this is supposed to be. Although maybe... Miss Pac-Man? Yeah, Miss Pac-Man! Miss Pac-Man. Oh, the mouse! That's a good call. That's a good call. That's a good call. And then Popeye the Sailor Man. This sucked. This sucked. That wasn't maple, that was spinach. That was stupid. Connections is stupid. Customize. Reject all. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Isle of Tradle. Tradle's a good one. Okay. So... tea and cut flowers and tropical fruits and refined petroleum. Let's take a look at animal products. Sheep and goat meat. Sheep and goat meat. Blood. Okay. That's interesting. Blood. Refined petroleum. Tea. Tea, blood, gold. There are fish on here, so fish is an option. Small. I'm going to try Sri Lanka first. Okay, Sri Lanka's way off. Sri Lanka is way off. I think this is just somebody who has a good port. I don't think this is a country that actually produces a lot of this stuff. I think it's a country that just has a good port. Okay, so midway between Liberia and Sri Lanka. What the fuck is midway between Liberia and Sri Lanka? Small country, midway between Liberia and Sri Lanka. This is not going to be Kuwait. This is not going to be the UAE. It's not going to be Qatar. I think this is too big for Yemen, but too small for Oman. I'll try Oman, but I don't feel good about that one. Okay, now we're just into like doing geography. We're just into doing geography at this point. 3,000 miles southwest of Oman. Well, kilometers. Let's try Burundi. Okay, very close with Burundi. Uganda? Come on, is it Rwanda? Okay, it wasn't. It was Kenya. I should have guessed Kenya. I thought Kenya would be bigger than 8.5 billion. I thought Kenya would be... I thought this was too big for... This was too small for Kenya. Oh my goodness, I feel really stupid. I thought Kenya after Sri Lanka was wrong. I should have done it. I should have done it. I feel dumb as heck. We're going to skip Connect Trade because Connect Trade's very dumb. That's Latvia, right? Hold on. Let me think about this for a second. It's not Belarus. Was it Belarus? Am I stupid? Am I stupid here? Oh my god. Oh my god. Romania, Bulgaria, Belarus. No, Hungary looks like, right? It's not Moldova. Bullshit. Bullshit, I'm done. I'm done. You're out. You're out. Bullshit, I'm done. I'm out. I'm out. I'm tapped out on that one. Absolute bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Yeah, right? Yeah, Shark Ray, exactly. Bullshit. Bullshit. Hello, Nanomancer. They do occasionally have sub-national scale entries in this, but usually it's French. It's pretty much always French. Okay, so here's 3 colors, no red, 3 colors, no yellow. So 3 colors, no red, 3 colors, no yellow. What's this? Okay. 3 colors, no red, 3 colors, no yellow. Ireland is my first thoughts. Ireland is my first thoughts. Brazil has more than 3 colors. Blue and green and no red has got to be... I think it's the trickiest one. Blue, green, all bands, all horizontal. Blue, green, no red, no yellow, and a third color. Blue, green, all... there's got to be a country that fits all of those. Well, a flag that fits all of those. Blue, green, 3 bands, no red, no yellow. Blue and green and no red and no yellow. That's gonna keep on throwing me off. Blue and green and no red and no yellow. Green's pretty rare. That's what's really throwing me off here. Green is pretty rare. Ireland might be the ticket here. I can't use Romania and Chad for these, which is a little bit annoying. May as well put in Chad here because I can't use it for a lot of other things. Horizontal. Blue and green and horizontal. Who the heck is blue and green and horizontal? I think this one's actually kind of tough because green is a pretty rare flag color among like United Nations flags. So what pride flags do they let us use nowadays? Well, I think we can use pride here. Yeah, Pride's. I love you working in the pride flag on this one. I love working on the pride flag on this one. Bands only, horizontal, We can't use it anywhere else. So Harmony. Harmony. Blue and green and 3 bands. Blue and green and 3 bands. It's not Mexico. Who else has blue and who has blue and green? Who has blue and green? Not Italy. Blue and green. Greens. Put Italy here. Italia. All bands horizontal. Working while you listen. Yeah, good choice. Good choice. Good choice. Let's put in Estonia here. I like Estonia. That could have been over here as well. Oh shit, I should put it here. Well, okay, Russia. Blue and green. Oh crap, I could have used Ukraine there. Could have used Ukraine there. Blue, green. I'm going to be saying this like over and over again on repeat. There's somebody who's blue, green, 3 bands, no red, no yellow. It's like blue, green, white, blue, green, black, something like that. That's going to be in as the flag of the day. That's inevitably how it's going to go. Blue and green and 3 bands. Well, I may as well put Ireland down here because I know it's actually I'll save Ireland. I forgot about this. I need to save Ireland. What's up? What's up? What's up? Oh, Wales says red. Okay, clear. Starts. What's the promised land? What's the promised land? Japan, Costco, 3,000 yen, 50. That sounds difficult to eat. That sounds like a real challenge to eat in a timely fashion. I would struggle to finish that. I would struggle. I cap that at like 8 pieces of sushi. I just start feeling like bloated. Like I start needing like it's like too much rice for me at that point. Minimize the rice. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the rice gets me. The rice gets me. What did we have for 3 bands? Bands only. Whatever. There's a lot of those. Netherlands. France. 3 colors without red that has blue and green. Haiti has blue and green, but I don't think they've got 3 colors. Brazil is white, yellow, blue, and green. So that's a non-starter. Who else has... who else has blue and green? 3 bands, all bands horizontal. Hold on. Giving myself a headache here. Argentina doesn't have, it's blue and yellow. There's no green. No red and no yellow. So no Azerbaijan. What is that? What is that? 3 colors. Blue and green. Gambia's got 4 colors. Jamaica. Is Jamaica gonna count? No! There's no blue, it's black. Oh. Okay. No red and only bands. Germany. Netherlands. Russia. Ride. Doesn't having too much rice make you all sleepy? Like, it's normally not that much of a problem, but like sushi is just like so rice heavy. I think like the ideal meal for me, in terms like from a volume perspective, the ideal meal for me is like 50% vegetables, 30% rice, 20% tofu. Like dishes. Like, that's like kind of the ideal for me. Maybe it always feels like it's got so much to me. Always feels like it's so much to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm a baby. Maybe I'm a baby. Maybe I'm just a moron here. Burkina Faso is red. Gonna lose my mind. Chad won't work for either of these. I should have used Chad up here instead of Netherlands. That would have been much better. Blue and green. Blue and green and 3 colors. Sierra Leone? I think Sierra Leone might be the flag of the day. I knew Sierra Leone's the flag of the day. Okay. Shit, I should use it up here. Shit. Because I'm gonna use Ireland down here. Shit. Let's put Ireland down there. Ireland. Chad. All bands horizontal. Germany. Pride. Russia. Italia. What do I have down here? 3 bands, no red. 3 colors, no red. 3 colors, no red. What did I have down here? What did I have down here before? What the heck did I have down here? Just did that off the top of the dome. Oh yeah, forgot. I just had to think about Africa. I just had to remember Africa. Oh, God, that was tough. That was really tough. That one was really, really tough. I read that one as tough. Okay. Okay. Falkland Islands Company. Okay, that's... Okay, that tells me quite a bit. Yeah, the sign is very helpful. The sign is very helpful. 19... I forget when I forget the exact year the Falklands War was. 6 years off. That was brutal. 4 kilometers off. Okay, that's pretty good. I'll take 4 kilometers off for the Falklands War. 6 years off is pretty embarrassing. That's a lander. Right, that's a lander. This is pretty modern because this is a color photo and these are people wearing modern lab equipment. But this is intended to land somewhere, so this isn't Juice. This isn't Juice, this isn't Galileo. I generally don't know where we assemble these things. Like, legitimately, I know we launched from Florida, but like, I honestly don't know where we might have assembled this. I'm assuming this is American. Wait, no, this might not be American. I might be thinking about this wrong. I think I'm thinking about this wrong. I think I'm being parochial by assuming this is American. I think this might not be American. I think that all the Indian people might indicate to me that this is in India. I don't know where these things get assembled. I'm going to go with Hyderabad. I don't actually know where the Indian space program is. And let's make that pretty recent. Let's go with 28. Let's go with 2020. Not 2019 and 500 kilometers off. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. I've done much worse than that. That's not bad. Well, okay, that tells us there's a bunch of hints here. No, that was not Bengal. That was in South Central India. I was too far north, not too far west. I did Hyderabad and that was too far north. So that'd be more like Tamil, I guess. Karnataka. Something like that. I could have paid a little bit more attention. So I guess maybe Chennai was where they were assembling it, because well, you want to launch your launch sites. You want to be south. You want equatorial launch sites if possible. The more equatorial, the better. So like, Well, it would probably not at the launch site, but it could have been close to the launch site. It was assembly, right? They were doing assembly, which doesn't mean it has to be at the launch site, but it doesn't hurt to be near it. But yeah, it was South Central India. Yeah, I don't know where their command is or anything like that. I mean, we talk about our command being in, as Houston, but, we launch out of Orlando, and I don't know where we do assembly, right? I just, like, flat out don't know where we assemble things. So... obviously, Second World. Right? Obviously, Second World... gotta be 70s, I'm going to guess. I'm gonna go with 1980 for the year. That doesn't look like Cyrillic to me. Hold on. 26th. 26th. 26. So it's not the 26th year of the foundation of the Soviet Union, because the 26th year of the foundation of the Soviet Union is going to be 26th anniversary of the foundation of the Soviet Union would be so 1917 plus 26 1943. This was not 1943. This is definitely not 1943. 26. I'm going with Central Asia. I think this is Central Asia. 26. 26. Let's go to the 26th anniversary of the end of World War II in Turkmenistan, in Turkmenbot. 26th anniversary of that is going to be 65 plus 6, 71. That's kind of believable to me. I think it's later than that, but hello, Ozershot. 2000. Oh yeah, 13 years off 1984 in Armenia. National Day of the Soviet Union. Okay. I should have gone entirely off of vibes for the year. Then I would have gotten better on the year. If I'd gone entirely off of vibes for the year, I'd gone with 1985 or 1982. Oh, okay. Well, helps when you know the country. Yeah, helps when you know the country, right? I actually don't know where this is in the city. This isn't New York. Chemical Bank and Trust. End of World War II. Yeah, this is VJ Day. This is VJ Day. I just think it's in Lower Manhattan. Times Square. Okay, Times Square. That's why I couldn't guess it, was because Times Square doesn't look like hell. I'm so used to Times Square being the worst place on the planet. So I didn't guess Times Square. Yeah, I should have listened to you, Blue. I should have listened to you, Blue. What is a kilometer? Okay. Okay, so I have a pretty clear idea of where this is. Well, it says Elise's. Yeah, Cafe Quick Elise's. So where's the Champs Oasis? I don't actually know Parisian geography. I just know that it's called the Champs Oasis. That's the scene. The Marne. I shouldn't be embarrassed. I'm embarrassing myself now. I'm just embarrassing myself at this point. This is just I'm just humiliating myself by even trying this. I am. Oops. I don't know. I'm just gonna put us down here. Let's see if I can get some more hints from here. I think they might be fucking with us a little bit. These sunglasses. Algerian independence. That's what's going on here. This is about Algerian independence. Algerian independence. Hold on. Algerian independence is 1962. I want to think a little bit more about this. When was Battle of Algiers from? Was it 1960? I'm going with 1962. But yeah, cease of the war in Algiers. End of the war in Algiers. So 1962. Okay, fine. 3.9 kilometers. Sure. I think it was my best one. Yeah, that was my best one. I did better on. Oh no, I slightly beat it. My VJ day slightly beat it out. Slightly won on VJ day. Yeah, my biggest loss of points by far was thinking that was not trusting my lack of trust in Soviet photography. I should have trusted my low opinion of Soviet photography. I think I'm not going to bother with the others. Catfishing is hard. Contextual I don't understand, and redactyl I don't think I'm smart enough to do a redactyl right now. I don't think I got it in me. I don't think I got the redactyl dog in me. Could fiddle around with this one. Fictional deities, holiday characters. Okay. The Great Pumpkin. See, Mix, I do know comic book characters. I do know comic book characters. Yeah, it said Peanuts character. Yeah. That's how I figured it out. It was Halloween Peanuts character. Films directed by George Romero. 1970s. 1978. Film shot in Pittsburgh. This has to be Night of the Living Dead, right? Dawn of the Dead. Okay, whatever. Fine. Yeah, it was the second one. Circumpolar creatures in Norse mythology. I thought the first one was in a mall. Draugr is a corporeal undead creature from the sagas, varying ambiguous traits. Norse supernatural zombie portrayed in Skyrim. 1959 novels. 1950 novels adapted for radio. I've never played Skyrim. Shark Ray, I actually did know that the one in the mall was the one in Pittsburgh. I just mixed up the titles. I thought it was Night of the Living Dead was the one that was shot in the mall. I did think it was the one that was shot in the mall. Books by Shirley Jackson. Adapted into a film and a play and a television show. I should know this, and I genuinely don't. This is like completely outside of my mind. I've got no idea. The only American thing I can think of that's been adapted this many times is The Shining, which is by Stephen King. It's not by Shirley Jackson. The Exorcist? Haunting of Hill House. Okay, yeah, I forgot entirely that was the name of a book. I entirely thought I totally forgot about that one. Totally forgot about that one. 1984 comedy horror films. This sounds like Ghostbusters. This sounds like Ghostbusters. Yeah! Yeah! I was looking for film set in New York. That's what I was actually looking for. I should look for films. I should look for Dan Aykroyd. Should look for Dan Aykroyd. 1820 American novels, American horror, fiction set in 1790, Headless Horseman. Where's Vex when you need her? What's the name of this thing? I know what this is. It's well, it's the Headless Horseman story, but it's what is it? What is it? Sleepy Hollow. Yes. Yeah, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Ho ho ho. Child's Play. Okay, so fictional characters from New Jersey, fictional characters from Chicago. I mean, it's got to be Chucky, right? Originally known as Charles Lee Ray. That's so goofy to me. Originally known as Charles Lee Ray. Film supervillains. Hell yeah. Oh. Nosferatu, fuck me. I've seen Nosferatu. I thought I was going to slam dunk that one and look really cool. And I mixed it up with the other one from the same year. I don't know. I don't know about Dolahans. Danish 1920s feminist film. Yeah, Cabinet of Caligari is so good, though. It's so good. Film set in hell. It's not Seventh Seal. I want it to be a Seventh Seal, but Seventh Seal is not a silent film. I've got no idea. Oh, the Cabinet of Caligari is really good. I actually like really flat out like it. Even though I got the name wrong right there, I actually really like it. That's honestly like it's like a top 10 film for me. I have no idea what this is. I have no idea what this is. I actually like silent films a lot, if I'm honest. I'm gonna throw this Cabinet of Caligari, why not? I don't think it's true, but I know that has a psychiatry element to it. Haxon. Yeah, I would never have gotten that one. I never have gotten that one. No chance. 0% chance. 0% chance. Dance Macabre. There we go. There we go. All we need is we're getting back into stuff that I can keep track of. Medieval dramas. I can keep track of that. Not anything has happened in the last 100 years. Sorry if that's okay. You're not too far into it yet, though. All right. Ghostbusters. Yeah, never would have gotten that one. Never would have gotten that one. Okay, I'm gonna throw to ads because it's time for... We finished it and we got the ads warning, and I'm going to use the bathroom because I've drank a lot of water today. I will be back in a few minutes. What can I say? What can I say? I'm a thirsty boy. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, Raiders. Hello. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old... Oh, that's not the right person at all. Let the autocomplete get ahead of me. How was the Final Fantasy 14? So, Tech, how was the Final Fantasy 14? Yes, it's all Manendorf. It's my Halloween costume. This is all Manendorf. Yeah, I'm Ganon. How was the Final Fantasy 14? I caught you doing a little bit of it. Well, I could tell was that Taru was on screen, and I like Taru, so, like, hell yeah. But that's literally all I could tell that was happening. The Taru was around. You're sad? Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sure the game will get good one of these days. Sorry, that was rude. Okay. Yeah, I see. But hello, Hawk Oddly. Hello, Lore Master of Sotek. Hello, the rest of the Raiders. Welcome in. I hope that you were having a lovely time with Sotek, and thank you for coming over here to the more sleepy stream. We did just finish up doing my dailies, which is very funny for me to do at the 4-hour mark of stream. I have been struggling with figuring out what I want to do with myself today, because my plan for today was to play either Ocarina of Time, and I thought about the fact that I would be doing the most obvious emulation on the planet, and that Nintendo would in fact kill me if they caught wind of that. And also the emulator was really fighting me, so I decided against it. And I would otherwise do Kerbal Space Program, but my brain is shot. We are on like 20 IQ gaming today right now. We are on nothing right now. So Kerbal Space Program, it's still kind of tempting because I really like Kerbal Space Program. But I think it would genuinely very high chance that Kerbal Space Program would be watching me create the same 4 rockets over and over again and just fail and just crash them repeatedly. I don't know about that, man. I feel like the last like 3 Kerbal Space Program streams have been me getting kind of stuck on the same problem that isn't even all that hard. I'm just trying to do it too efficiently. And like where I'm at right now in KSP is I need to do docking. I'm at docking, which is, oh geez. I mean, I'm using it. It's just not going to use it for that particular purpose. People did say I look 20 IQ docking is, oh my god. Docking it with 20 IQ sounds horrifying. Oh my god. I've never successfully done it. All right, Lore Master of Sotek, thank you for stopping by. Lore Master of Sotek for my folks. Lore Master of Sotek is a highly admirable man who has pulled off an incredible coup, which is to say, he gets paid just to know a lot of things about Warhammer. That is his life. His life, like he's just a professional guy who knows Warhammer. He doesn't even work for the Warhammer company. They pay him to know a lot about Warhammer as an independent contractor. It's absolutely crazy. It's madness. It's absolutely madness. Like how many of us get to just like actually get paid for being a huge goddamn nerd? Very cool guy. Very cool guy. Have had some very good conversations with me. He's literally professional. The greedy fucks, absolutely. I don't know about during TwitchCon. I don't know anything about TwitchCon. TwitchCon, literally everything I know about TwitchCon was people saying how much TwitchCon sucked. I know nothing else about TwitchCon. At Offkai, yes. At Offkai, yes. He was the Warhammer guy that people were talking about at Offkai. But I can't speak to TwitchCon. I was extremely heavily discouraged from going to TwitchCon. And so I didn't go. I am pretty biased against doing live things because I kind of became a VTuber because I don't want to do things live. So good night, Lore Master. Good night. Good nights. Good night. Good night. I don't know. I think for 40k, who knows? Who knows for 40k? Who knows for 40k? Who knows for 40k? I think for 40k it's probably 80 bajillion people. That's my read. But for fantasy old world, it's Lore Master of Sotek. For fantasy old world is Lore Master of Sotek. I might do Deep Rock just because that's what I was thinking about doing, like off stream anyway. I was thinking about just doing Deep Rock anyway. So that's kind of tempting. Like I guess I was gonna do off stream would have been Deep Rock. specifically only old world stuff. Yeah, yeah. He's not even really Age of Sigmar, and he's not fantasy. He's not 40k. I almost said not fantasy. Like he's exactly fantasy. He's just not 40k. He's not 40k. It's all about like them Skavens and stuff like that. All about them Skavens and their relations. You know what? It's quite a bit of Age of Sigmar. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt that he knows a lot about it. It's just also like it's. I do not think he is a professional Age of Sigmar knower. In the same way that he's a professional. You know, a professional Age of. And hold on. Yeah. I don't doubt it. I didn't have any doubt about that in my mind. That made perfect sense. Hello, Hoomter. Hello, Hoomter. Hello, Hoomter. Yeah, and I didn't get it. I fucked up on that one. I got Draugr, which was the second hardest one, but I had no idea about. Oh no, Haxon was the hardest one. So it would have been third hardest one. Very amused at Dance Macabre I just dunked on. But yeah, I did not. Yeah, no. This is catfishing is very cool. If you're not familiar with catfishing's premise is that you get given the Wikipedia categories that something is in, and then based on what's inside the Wikipedia categories, what the Wikipedia categories are, you can tell that. You tell what it is. So like the Great Pumpkins. Here's what it said. Yeah, it said, comics characters from 1959, fictional deities, Halloween in the United States, holiday characters, Peanuts characters, unseen characters. Right, that's what this one was. That's what this one was. Can't believe. Catfishing's a good game. Catfishing's a good game. All right. Let's. I feel like gaming. Legitimately, this is what I was going to do. This is what I'm going to do if I'm not streaming, so I may as well just stream it. So may as well do it, right? I think I may have the game muted in game, so let's play around with that a little bit. Well, we gotta get in. First. We gotta get in first. Oh. I think I want to be top right. If I'm recalling correctly where things are in game, I think I want top right. Because that's just going to give like my level and stuff like that. Which is not the most interesting thing. Loading. I maybe should have done this before I switched screens. Yeah. Let's clean up some things around here. The Strands Daily? What's the Strands Daily? I don't know what Strands is. It's kind of an embarrassment that I don't actually like playing Scrandle. It's word search? Okay. I don't actually have an opposition to word searches. Shield disruption. I don't want to deal with shield disruption. Fuck that. Let's see. Religious names of different bones. Brutal! That is really harsh. I don't think I actually like this one very much. That one's okay. That one's okay. I don't really care that much. Massive braid. Alright, let's... Have I done the deep dive? I have done the deep dive. I am not up for doing an elite deep dive. I'm not good enough. I am not good enough to solo elite deep dive. That is not in my skill set. Point extractions or escort duties, elimination or salvages, and a data rack. I do kind of like salvages as a rule. Fungal bugs kind of sucks. You know what? You know what? Let's go here. Let's drill it. Genuinely thought I had that one already. Genuinely thought that was what I was using already. Alright. Alright, let's get the liquid morkite. I hate doing liquid morkite refining without driller. It's just a nightmare. Does the audio sound super terrible to other people, or is that just my end? Sounds absolutely awful for me. Very crunchy. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Let's take a look here. Might as well turn it up a little bit. Okay, I do gotta do that. What is going on? What is going on with this? Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. Is it sounds like it's like pulsing in and out. Let me test something here quickly. Fire in the hole. And I'm suck. 1410. 1410. What's my significance for 1410? I can't remember what happened in 1410. Battle of Grunwald. Grunwald. Okay, that should be making a lot of noise, so the fact that it's not is a bit of an issue. Oh, I see what's happening here. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Okay. Properties. That's still really crunchy. That's still really crunchy. Stop the Teutonic invasion. Okay, I should know about that, because... In 1878, Polish painter Jan Matejko painted the scene showing the battle. The Nazis were actively looking for the painting during World War II because they super wanted to destroy it. Did it survive? I hope it survived. Because, as ever, fuck Nazis. Hold on a second. That doesn't work at all. I don't think we're going to get around this.
Front, right.
I don't think we're getting out of this. I don't think we're getting decent audio. Ah, good lord. We're not getting around this. Oh, geez. What is the problem? What is the problem? It's entirely possible it's just my audio isn't very good. I mean, it very well could just be the cables, right? Are there any filters on this? There's literally no filters on this, so... That's so crunchy. I don't think this is worth it. I'm inclined to think this is simply not worth it. That's frustrating. That's frustrating. That's very frustrating. That's very frustrating. We're gonna put that away for the moment. I'm gonna test out something here. Because it might. That's what I was thinking about. That's what I was thinking. I was gonna try just rebooting it, and seeing if that works. Let's just see if that really made a difference. Yeah, go ahead. I'm just frustrated right now, so it's yeah, but let's hear it. Yeah, it's one of those things that's kind of interestingly, like, kind of glossed over, that the Teutonic Knights were just this kind of like, I struggle to think about the Teutonic Knights as anything other than this just kind of like demonic force in northeastern Europe. It was just kind of like a group of rich assholes slaughtering people because they could get away with it. Like, it's like just very hard for me to think of the Teutonic Knights as anything other than just like absolute blood drunk psychos. Here, let's test this. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. So let's... I'm going to restart the entire computer. That should be very fast because it's a Linux machine. Hereditary warrior aristocracy carving out kingdoms at sword point. I mean, the thing is, like, that's true of like a lot of them. That's probably part of why the Teutonic Knights feel so like, why it's like so intuitive to me that that's what the Teutonic Knights were doing. That like, I do just tend to hear more about the Teutonic Knights doing civilian massacres than I hear about like the Templars or the Hospitallers, or the Sicilians and Normans. Like, and now I'm slowly talking myself into just playing Age of Empires 2. I'm slowly talking myself into just playing Age of Empires 2. Something that like I never do on stream. I certainly don't want to play like against people online in Age of Empires 2. Holy crap. Want to convert Lithuania to Christianity? Yep. Yep, that's what I've always heard. Yep, that's how I've always heard it. Partly because they're... Well, I mean, the thing is that, like, one of those things is kind of interesting thing about European warfare in the medieval and early modern eras is the, like, really obvious difference between wars against co-religionists and wars outside of the religion. wars within the religion as opposed to wars of the religion, because a lot of medieval warfare was actually really low intensity and had very low casualties. If you were a peasant, you could completely miss some wars happening in your vicinity. The norms against violence that knights felt bound by did in fact bind them somewhat. And this relied on having a bunch of social structures all kind of operating in coherence with each other to keep to reduce massacres, right? To slow them down. And and you're right. If like the church is involved, they're going to document it better as opposed to just like a bunch of assholes just like trying to swap land between each other. But it does appear that a lot of medieval warfare was not really really warfare between nobles that had very minimal impact on the peasantry below them. Medieval armies are also really tiny as a rule, right? Yeah, the Cathars thing is strange. Yeah, the Cathars thing is really strange. The Cathars thing is just like absolutely crazy. We just kind of the French just kind of decided a group of people were just free to kill for completely opaque reasons. It's very strange. It's really strange. Like whenever I've talked to people, I will talk to some people who are non-experts who are really confident about what the Cathars were about. And then when I've talked to historians, they're like, we don't really know what the deal was. Let's see.
That sucks.
That seems quiet but listenable. That seems quiet but listenable to me. Got really mad at the common cold. Well, it would be funny if they got mad at the Polish common cold in southwest France. That would be goofy. That would be pretty goofy. We gotta take the double XP.
Drop pod is ready. Time to leave. Just show me what I do.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. Still goofy. Still goofy. Well, you need the pads. I do think that's a lot of it. I do think there's a lot of that. Yeah. Yeah. When what you're trading is like the right to the usufruct of the poor, then like why would you kill them, right? Like you need that usufruct. You need that usufruct.
Watch out, drill dozer approaching landing zone.
Why did you even wage that war? Oh wow, this is. I don't know, I'm gonna give this a few more tries, and if it's still crunchy as heck in a few minutes, I will call it. I will call it. What an obnoxious layout for a level. Good lord, you dicks.
Zip line done.
And actually, hold on. Let's grab me. Where's me? Grab me. We don't need this stuff up here nearly as much. Transform, flip, horizontal. Okay. There we go. The top right is the mission banner, so you may as well see that. And let's see, is there anything else around here that we can start looting from the start? It's like, no, looks like it's time to roll. I'm actually going to switch mice around here. Okay, hold on, let's turn up mouse sensitivity while I'm thinking about it. There we go, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Still, that's pretty crunchy. I don't like that. No fossils. No fossils so far.
Attention team, to keep the drill dozer running at full capacity, you need to be clear of bugs. Also, we got an incoming swarm.
Boo! Ooh, okay. Still glad that I went gunner.
Guys, get to work. There's bugs all over the dozer. Don't drop me.
Not really a fan of the bulldog, if I have to be honest. I haven't unlocked the Burt yet on this account, so I don't really have an excuse on that one, but yeah, simple. Is this really on 3? It's on 3, okay. This has been very light. There we go, there's a grabber down. Oh, son of a bitch.
The drill dozer has stopped. Fuel canisters are all dry as bone.
This happened.
We'll have you on the road again soon.
Okay. Okay, so let's start knocking some things down here. And it's... haven't seen a single fossil, which... kind of bad for doing the objectives, but I don't know how much I care.
Canister full. I got it.
There we go. Let's get you in there, and...
Canister in. Just one more. Help me mind this.
Alright. There we go, there's some oil.
Come here.
But yeah, that's also the thing like you think about when you're thinking about a lot of forms of warfare, is that for a lot of forms of warfare, they were relatively careless with peasant life, because like those are something that the society was wealthy in, right? This is I don't know, this is a metaphor that I use in a lot of cases, and not usually for talking about human life because I'm not a psychopath, but it's helpful for describing psychopaths, right? That's, you know, you should use resources that you have a lot of to try to shepherd resources you have little of. Can't believe I tried to crouch in Deep Rock Galactic. And so, you know, for a lot of societies, for a lot of settled societies that have, you know, peasants, a lot of the peasants are not super useful to the aristocracy, and perhaps more... hey, first one. Perhaps more to the point, the reproductive rate of the societies is such that you can bounce back the population pretty quickly.
The drill dozer is under attack. Get it fixed up before we lose it.
And so there's a lot less concern about... oh. You know, if you lose a bunch of peasants. And of course, there's, I guess, part of, like, what happens when we start talking about World War I is that, like, industrial warfare kills peasants so fast that the fact that you actually have a lot fewer than you think you do, than you're used to thinking about. And it is in general kind of a truth about industrial society, right? Is that industrial societies, like, this is like one of the big lessons of Victoria, is that your, I'll get to that in a second, Hunter, once I finish this thought, that when you've got, okay, I gotta repair. Let's get out of here. Okay. That, when you've got an industrial society, you actually just kind of need all the people. Like industrial society creates a situation where you find yourself bottlenecked by the total amount of labor in your society shockingly fast, right? It's a shockingly fast change. And I don't know about that, Humper. So the thing is, like, actual historians don't like the term feudalism. Because feudalism is a kind of awkward marriage of two different social systems that don't actually, like, require each other. They rhyme with each other. The terms that I tend to hear from, again, more knowledgeable historians are manneralism and vassalage. That, in particular, that, like, you can, like, vassalage is kind of a question about organizing the upper end of society, and then manneralism is more about, like, how are farmers organized in your society. And it's not really, those rhyme with each other, where it's like powerful people extract promises from weaker people is kind of the core structure, right? And those rhyme, right? They're not, like, not related, but that's a far cry from, like, it's the same extensive system. And you can find systems, like, places where the systems kind of don't work the same way at the same time. In particular, manneralism seems to persist longer than, like, proper vassalism in some places. That's getting pedantic. Well, that's getting kind of pedantic. So the thing is, like, the manneralist system bounced back in a lot of regions after the Black Death. In particular, like, it doesn't end in Russia until the foundation of the Soviet Union, realistically. Like, the serfdom does end before then, but, like, it's people are there's a lot of that manneralist system into almost into the 20th century. This audio is so crunchy. I don't think I should do more than one mission. I'm already, like, most of the way through a mission, so I don't want to stop, but oh, we might have a crash. Well then. Yeah. So you can kind of have manneralism independent of vassalage, and you can also have weird things, right? Where, like, free cities are often vassals of feudal lords, right? So like this is like a big part of the structure of the Holy Roman Empire, right? Was the free cities were vassals in their own right to the monarch, to the Holy Roman Emperor, and that doesn't have a manneralist system underneath it, right? Like, those are fully not peasants at all. Those are burghers. That's a completely different social class. Burghers are completely different from peasantry. So you can see, like, these systems kind of, like, interact and they rhyme with each other and there's synecdoche, but they aren't the same system, right? They are not quite the same system. A lot of this also has to do with the fact that manneralism is often simultaneously less formal and longer. So a lot of manneralism will be, like, over the course of decades, right? It'll be over the course of decades and of, like, many generations, whereas vassal relations tend to be individual people's word, and these can be semi-hereditary, right? But they're less seemingly hereditary than the kind of relationships that you get between a big farmer and a small farmer, and that you'd see among the peasantry, right? The fundamental relationship in manneralism is, like, a really lower aristocrat or just a really jumped up peasant owns, like, a half of the land in a region, and then uses the people around them as tenant farmers. The people around them as either tenant farmers or sometimes serfs. Serfs is usually more formal aristocracy. And these tend to be kind of informal relationships built around the fact of the big man is capable of paying you wages at all. And so that's the only job around. And you can't actually feed yourself off of the farming productivity of your farm. So you need to work for a wage in order to make up the difference. And oftentimes not really a wage, right? You get a cut. That tenant farming is often you both get cuts. But those are more temporary as opposed to even owning your own land. So even somebody who owns their own land would also be doing tenant farming and sharecropping with the local big man would be a fairly common behavior, right? Not universal. We are generalizing across large swaths of a lot of different societies. Would be made. I have no idea. Axel's Axel. Could you rephrase the question, because I actually just like legitimately don't understand it. I'm not trying to be like rude. I just like actually am not parsing it. It's that just like didn't make sense to me. I do think Deep Rock is dead. That is a full computer crash. This is why we like to do 2 PC setups, baby. I do think that a lot of the stuff that I was just talking about is stuff where we have to make a lot of inference and guesswork. And a lot of the reason for that is not because of like it would be very difficult to solve it with any particular change along those lines. It's more that, particularly if we're talking about peasants, right? Particularly if we're talking about peasants, are like people didn't feel the need to write down what the peasantry was doing because everybody knew what the peasantry was doing. Right? Like just nobody felt any need to record it because the peasants were always there. They were always doing their thing. I don't think that was a thing. The reason why that's been a thing is because of the documentary hypothesis, which is the work of biblical scholars over generations. All right, Hunter, have a good night. Have a good night. Good night, Hunter. Good night. And so the tetragrammatron is not and the fact that like Jesus' name in Aramaic would have been Yeshua, like those are fairly well known. The tetragrammatron is, it's not that it wasn't known, it's just taboo. And so there's a cultural taboo around saying it in Judaism. Yeah. Yeah, there's the Adonai taboo. Baruch atah Adonai. I'm really butchering it. You can tell I'm not Jewish. I mean, maybe so. Like the big thing that was the big scandal, the big hullabaloo about Catholic record keeping was not like things dating back to the early church. The early church records were just missing because they just don't exist. Where the big hullabaloo, the big scandals was one was like figuring out how much of, well, the big one, right, was the revelation of how many Catholic priests were known child molesters. That's the big thing. Is like how many and how long has the Catholic Church known about various child molesters within the Catholic Church? And I don't know much about the record of when, why, and how that stuff became public information. I don't really know as much about that one. that like that's definitely a thing, right? That's absolutely a thing. But like we've known Yeshua's name for forever. The documentary hypothesis is something of a issue for certain religionists, but I don't think the Catholic Church tends to struggle with that one very much. I just never have gotten the impression that they tend to think it's a particularly big deal. Like, if you are a biblical literalist, then the documentary hypothesis is a big deal. So documentary hypothesis is like a big deal for Southern Baptist Conference, right? For Southern Baptist Conference, that one's a big deal. But for the Catholics, it's like it seems to be a medium scale deal. In case people are unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, the documentary hypothesis is it's like really understating it, right? Like that's like one of those phrases that's like really understating it. Documentary hypothesis is very substantiated, very non-controversial. And it is basically the claim that the Bible was written by many different people at multiple different periods in time, and then recomposed and edited at different periods and different points in history. This is the alternative, right? Would be that the entire first five books of the Bible were all written by Moses, and then later ones were written by usually their respective authors. This obviously includes some places where there's some queer things going on, like that Moses dies in those books of the Bible, so that means that he died including the parts where he is writing about his own death post-mortem, and that's a little bit weird. And they're not written as like predictions, they're written like pretty clearly past tense, which, is a funny thing to do, but it doesn't seem like it makes a lot of sense. So there's that element of it. There's a bunch of other things that are that make it kind of clear. The Binding of Isaac is an example of a place where I've been watching some Justin Sledge, if you can't tell. I've been watching some Justin Sledge. The Binding of Isaac is an example of a place where we can tell that there were multiple different authors involved, or at least it looks like it, right? It looks like it because this is they take Isaac up the mountain to be sacrificed to God, and then the angel stops the sacrifice from happening. And then Isaac doesn't actually come down from the mountain. Isaac doesn't actually come down from the mountain. And the thing is that like we know with a fair amount of confidence that old school Yahweh did believe in did accept child sacrifice. Like child sacrifice was like an accepted, it's pretty likely and believed that child sacrifice was just kind of a part of early ancient Judaism, and the Binding of Isaac is part and parcel of like the story of like how that happens, how that stops. But it does look like the story was just a straightforward story of child sacrifice and then edited later to be an anti-child sacrifice thing. Because this was one of the Justin Sledge videos that I just watched today was about this, right? That like that child sacrifice was a component of Yahweh worship, and then it wasn't, and then it makes a return. It makes a return in the ultimate child sacrifice of Jesus, right? Jesus is, God gave his only begotten son. Right? He was crucified, died, and was buried, and all that stuff. That's child sacrifice. That we get the one child sacrifice stops, and then we get to have the one big child sacrifice. The one big baby goes down. But yeah, this is kind of the fact that like Isaac is not sacrificed but then still doesn't come down the mountain is kind of seen as evidence of the end of like a changing practice, right? Of a changing practice. The mega baby. I'm going to test out the audio. I actually kind of just want to switch gears and just play Age of Empires, which I haven't played in a million years. It's possible I will enjoy it more. I want to test the sound before we go to ads. Yeah, Esoterica's a really good channel. Esoterica's really good. Esoterica rocks. Hello, the Burnside. That's what got you to wake up, was Age of Empires. But we're going to go to ads. In a few minutes, I'm going to test out to see if the audio works okay. So we're going to give it a second. It's launching very slowly because it has to do first time shader. It's doing first time install stuff. Deep dive. What the hell Gotia is? I actually haven't watched that one. I don't know what the one about Gotia is. About Getcha. I don't know this Getcha. All right, let's hop on over to here and turn on the capture card. I'm gonna options, cancel. Where's mods? I should probably turn off my mods. Okay, I don't have mods on. Oh, Mad Hattie, welcome in Raiders. I was actually just changing games and I hadn't actually changed the category, so apologies. Oh, I'm assuming that this was not about the category I was in, if Lala's rating me. Hello Raiders. Is there a third or a fourth Raider with you guys? Let me, let's get the shoutouts in here, because we've had a couple of big chain raids here. Shout out Mad Hattie, Deep Rock Galactic, okay, and Lala Amanita. Silent Hill F. Okay, these are totally unrelated. You guys just raided within like 2 seconds of each other. Okay, so welcome in Mad Hattie and Deep Rock Galacticers, and welcome in Lala Amanita, and folks who are enjoying Silent Hill F. Welcome in. How were your respective games? My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I usually do calligraphy and paint miniatures. I paint a lot of Roman soldiers in particular. I fired up Deep Rock Galactic, but it crashed my entire computer and really made me feel vindicated about the 2 PC setup. So, which is surprising to me. Deep Rock is usually very stable. I usually don't have problems with Deep Rock. And so I'm just firing up Age of Empires because I haven't played Age of Empires in a minute, and the last time I played Age of Empires on stream, I was a much younger streamer, and I tried to play ranked ladder, and it was really frustrating. So maybe if I do something more chill, I will have a nicer time. But I haven't done it in a long time. I love Deep Rock. I've played a lot of Deep Rock. I have hundreds of hours in Deep Rock. I really like Deep Rock. I don't know. I was having some stability issues. I think it was a capture card issue as well, which is something that I am concerned about right now. We are about to go to ads. You guys came in right before the mid-rolls came on. So apologies for that. But if your folks would like to stay a while and listen, we have been talking about Esoterica and the history of the documentary hypothesis for the last little bit. As a rule, we tend to talk about a lot of historical and sociological topics. These are topics of deep interest to me. I have been very ancient Rome pilled for the last couple of years, and also very pilled on what is wrong with the straights has been like my big research topic. Got hit by the Deckard Cain Ultimate. That is hello Jacker. Yes, that is I tend to think I am more Uncle Iroh than Deckard Cain, but Uncle Iroh doesn't have nearly as catchy or pithy of a phrase that I can co-opt as stay a while and listen. Something of an irony, I've never played Diablo 2 on stream. But yes, we are about to go to ads, so enjoy the fan art gallery. I put up the fan art gallery while we're on ads. You will not miss anything. It'll just be the fan art gallery. I will be getting up, stretching, getting some water, using the bathroom. So we'll be right back in a few minutes. All right, folks. All right, folks. Actually, I might use... Oh, let's see. Okay. Do I have access to any of the Chronicle civs? No, I don't. Yeah, I haven't bought any of the expansion packs since they added the Mountain Lords, so I haven't bought the China, either the Chronicles or the Three Kingdoms. I kind of wish I had the Three Kingdoms one. I know that like it's very unpopular, but I kind of think the Jurchens and Khitans kind of rock. So you know, there is that going for him. Let's take a look at return to main menu settings. I think our sound's really low because that was like a big tell for us last time. That was a big tell for us last time. Was like the that sounds mostly good. That sounds mostly good. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit, but that actually doesn't sound bad. Actually doesn't sound too bad. Coastal Forest is a silly start. I don't remember how it works. Acropolis, I know how to play Acropolis kind of, but the AI is just kind of bad at it, but that's fine. I don't know how to Nomad at all. Land Madness is so obnoxious. Kilimanjaro is actually kind of a cool one. Kilimanjaro is kind of a cool map. Kilimanjaro's kind of a cool map. Whatever, I'm gonna be a scumbag. We're gonna do Arabia. We're gonna do Arabia. I'm just going to turn it on to 2 players and just 1v1. Just a 1v1 against a moderate, very easy team together. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. There we go. All right, let's get started. I don't remember what my hotkeys are at all, so that's gonna be an issue. Okay, that's good.
Timo, Amormindo.
Nope. Don't remember my own hotkeys at all. What do I have as delete? I gotta check my own hotkeys. I gotta check my own hotkeys. What the heck are my hotkeys? Delete's middle. Delete was middle mouse. Delete was middle mouse. Okay, how should be Q? How should be Q? Starts. See, I get so tilted so quickly. Okay.
Timo.
Oh, that's why I can't build houses.
Zakharute.
That's why I can't build houses. Okay.
Amormindo. Bosroya. Anton. Eject. Timo.
That's why I can't build houses. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, Boar 1 and so why can't I build houses? It's like, oh right, I'm playing Hunt. Okay, that's Boar 2. I like to do my boars early. Okay, stone on the back, gold on the back. I have not found any of my additional sheep. Oh god, I fucked up there horribly.
Amormindo.
And
Zeker, Vbridger. Timo, Ancheng. Vbridger,
Vbridger.
it's over. It's over. It's so over.
Ancheng.
Amormindo, Motcheng, Time. Анчин.
Pointlessly risky way to do that, but here we are.
Тижээгч.
I haven't seen any of my deer either. That's a bad sign as well.
Амар миндүү.
What is it? R. Okay.
Барилгачин.
Захир модчин, барилгачин.
Oh my god.
Тийм үү? Захир. Тийм үү? Тийм ээ.
That's what I get for not playing the game for like literally months. And
Бидэн байна. Захир.
wait, what? Seriously?
Тийм үү?
Oh, the freaking bunnies. Okay. Dang it. I forgot about this change. I haven't played the game in so long that I forgot that sometimes there's a I forgot about the chickens. Forgot all about the chickens. This is a horribly messy start. I'm doing a really bad job. Oh yeah, you can see in the score that I'm going to lose, pretty much guaranteed.
Тийм үү? Анчин.
I'm gonna mill the bunnies.
За за.
Бэлэг байна.
Анчин хэр модчин. Би болгоё. За за. Амар миндүү.
Амар мэндүү. Барилгачин.
Bad play.
Бэлэн байна. Захир.
Бидэн байна. Тийм ээ.
You know, I don't have the spare food to
Тийм үү?
bother with that.
Барилгачин. Бидэн байна. Амтэн тижээгч.
Okay, how am I doing on this? Okay,
Тийм
so
үү?
Захир.
13 on food. There's the town center. There's they're doing wood forward.
Амар минь тийм үү? Модчин. Амтэн тижээгч.
Амар мэндүү.
You know what? Actually, I think that, and then
Захир.
Захир.
extra button too.
Тийм үү? Бэлэн байна.
Okay, let's get started on this.
Барилгачин.
And
Бидэн байна.
can't remember my own hotkeys for shit.
Барилгачин.
Oh, you psychos don't do that.
За за.
Waste a
Yeah.
ton of food on
Амтэн
messing
тижээгч.
this up.
Амар миндүү. Зүйтэй. За за. Барилгачин.
Захир. За за. Барилгачин. Амар мэндүү.
Захир.
There's also 20 years of change. A lot of the changes are just in like the last year too, is like the craziest part. Okay, so our gold's pretty close in.
Vbridger. Timo. Twitter.
Yeah. Stable.
Барилгачин.
Тийм үү. Барилгачин. Бэлэн байна. Амар минь дүү.
Амтэн дэжэгч.
Бэлэн
Би
байна.
болгоо тийм ээ. Би болгоо ишин.
Most important research.
Амар минь болгоё. Зүйтэй. Барилгачин.
Амар минь дүү. Амтэн дэжэгч.
Захир.
Oh, she's terrible location for that. Well, alright.
Team A.
You guys back on wood because I'm...
Тийм үү. Мод захир.
Бэлэн байна. За. Амтэн дэжэгч.
Амар минь бэ. Мод чин. Уур хачин. За.
Yeah, forward gold sucks.
Барилгачин. Тийм үү.
I gotta get...
Барилгачин.
I'm bad at the game, so I'm gonna get a 5th one, and...
Бэлэн байна.
Амтэн дэжэгч.
Амар минь дүү. Бэлэн байна. Тийм
Би
үү.
болгоо дэжэгч.
Okay, so they never took that boar. Just all the more embarrassing that I'm so far behind. Okay. Oh, they got man-at-arms. Okay, that sucks. Okay. I think I can beat man-at-arms. And there we go. Just doing a little micro nerding. Okay. Fill production. Come on. Oh, I can get some kills. I mean, I'll just take this fight. I can slam them down. Build some more scouts. Okay.
Барилгачин.
Тийм үү.
I don't remember what my hotkeys are at all. Z. Okay.
Барилгачин.
Бэлэн захир. Барилгачин.
Okay, we got away with almost all of our. I think we literally took 0 casualties. Okay. And forging. And. Okay. Oh, now they got smokes. Now it's a challenge for me. Okay, now these guys are useless. I shouldn't have fought them.
Захир. Тийм үү. Барилгачин.
Now I'm just in trouble. Now I think I'm just done. My LTC times is way too high for any of this with the garbage I'm doing.
Захир.
Тийм үү. Барилгачин. Бэлэн байна. Амар минь дүү. Тийм үү. Захир. Барилгачин.
Амар минь дүү.
Бэлэн байна.
Бэлэн байна. Барилгачин.
I'm not finding any value with any of the stuff I'm doing.
Амар минь дүү.
Terrible wall.
Барилгачин.
to get... No, I can't. Borderline resign here.
Zeker. Амар мэдэн байна. Уурхай за модчин.
Захир. Барилгачин.
You guys hear something? No, you can't. So these guys are just bad.
Барилгачин.
Тийм үү? Амар мэндүү барилгачин.
Oh. Yeah, I think he's won. I think he won.
Бэлэн байна.
Захир. Барилгачин.
Тийм үү?
Тийм үү?
Захир.
This is my first time doing a chicken start. I honestly, like, the only skill I actually have is Deer Lure. Outside of Deer Lure, I basically just have no advantages versus the AI. Without Deer Lure, I'm probably like 200 elo. Let's see if I can get like a kill or two, because I'm getting no value right now.
Vibin. Барилгачин.
Yeah, okay.
Захир.
Okay.
Тийм ээ. Чин. Амар мэндүү. Бэлэн байна. Тийм үү? Бэлэн байна. Зүйтэй. Барилгачин. Амар мэндүү. Захир. Барилгачин. Тийм үү? Захир. Амар мэндүү. Модчин. Бэлэн байна.
Pre-researching and review. Honestly, quite a few of you guys.
Хөдөөчгөн эрхлэгч.
Swap over to.
Барилгачин.
Really, I only need like 8 farmers, I think. Way over archery. Way over on this.
Bэлэн байна.
Тийм үү? Уурхайчин.
Yep.
Амар мэндүү болгоо ёо. Тийм ээ. Модчин.
Ass right now because I'm terrified because I am bad at the game.
Team Raza. Okay.
And let's get Bodkin. Bodkin. Okay. Might actually want another farmer, less for the food and more for the... I got to 6 I roll out, I guess.
Амар минь дүү.
Уур хачин.
Бэлэн байна. Захир уур хачин.
Look how much wood I'm throwing. I'm terrible. Look at it. That's awful. Okay, perfect. And then once we roll out, thumb ring, and if I can get leather armor in there as well. Okay, thumb ring. Thumb ring's such a huge improvement. I gotta get like a ton of damage. I'm so far behind. Okay. Roll out. Roll out, and you know, I've got a ton of food, so that means I can afford a university pretty trivially. Ballistics is expensive as heck. Oh geez, I got a second town center. I'm basically dead. Tartars. Okay, and see, why not? Ballistics. There we go. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Yeah, I need to be finding like enormous amounts of damage. I'm finding only one. Oh my god. Awful. Nightmare. Okay, that's good. That's some damage. Not real damage, but it's damage. Come on! Bullshit. Okay. Oh my god, it's so bad. Now we're starting to get some kills, but not remotely enough. Oh, yeah, definitely Vbridger. Okay. Transition the entire economy back over to the wood. Depends a little bit. There's parts of each that I prefer. I think one has better aesthetics. but it's 2 just has so much more support that it's like really hard to like not generally think that 2 is a better game.
Амарминду бидээ барилгач.
Okay, looks like I'm starting to equalize it a little bit. Okay, no, I'm not. I'm throwing.
Захар дүүтэй. Барилгачин.
Oh yeah, I'm cooked. This is like there's a fundamental problem with the entire thing that I'm doing, which is that I'm actually just a not aggressive player, and I'm just like trying to force myself to be one for like reasons. Castle? Fuck.
Uurhaaчин.
Yeah.
Amrmindu, Захар. Барилгачин.
We're gonna have that castle up. Just gonna put a real clamp on the style. Okay, let's see.
Biging back. Züte.
It's the AI, so they will follow me out from under cover of their actual. Down all of those. Castle fire.
Vibin Захар. Тийм үү? Барилгачин, амар барилгачин. Тийм Vibin байна. Барилгачин.
Oh, okay. Really? Okay. I can't lure them to the. Can't lure them to my own castle, even if it means losing the entire army. That army is not justified. is not good enough to care.
Amr Mindu.
Another 2 archery ranges, I think.
Vbridger.
захир барилгачин.
Тийм үү?
Oh, gulags. Okay, I don't know what kind of gulag. I genuinely don't know what kind of gulags. They're anti-archer, so.
Амар миндүү.
Okay, good.
Барилгачин.
There. Gimp is coming.
Бэлэн тийм үү?
Build another stable.
Барилгачин.
You know what we actually need?
захир.
We actually need council.
Амар
Тийм
миндүү.
бол гоё.
Тийм үү? Бэлэн байна. Мотчин.
That one's useless at this
Захир.
point.
Захир тийм үү?
You.
Барилгачин.
Тийм үү? Амар миндүү. Барилгачин.
Let's some more tokens out there. And get as many of these. Get these guys rolling. Targeting tactics and bracer. We need bracer. Bracer, the most important tech in the entire freaking game. I am very Deckard Kane Core. I don't know. I feel like I've got less to say about it, and I don't say too much about that because it's I don't know. It's okay. I don't like this. I don't like this comp at all. I don't like this comp at all. Let's go. Am I on heavy? I'm on heavy. Okay. Heavy. Ow. Ow. Settle down. Dive. Wow, that was a lot of damage. That was not a good fight for me. And then back here, and
захир. За.
and how you doing, Mix?
Барилгачин.
Oh god, this is a disaster for me. now I can actually, I might be able to get some actual damage. Like actual damage. Oh my god, the castle's melting my Tarkin. What the heck? No effect. No effect. Horrible. Wow, I was not expecting that. I did not know the Tarkins were that bad in the current meta. Wow. Absolutely devastating. I think I've got no solution that doesn't involve, okay, let's get some trebs.
Bitten bad.
Team
I'd have to go a little bit more. Okay. I might not really have a solution that, okay, I kind of got nothing to go for it. I was hoping to be a little bit more clever than that, but,
Timo.
and there's probably entire, I may as well pick up some relics, right? Okay, the enemy is so bad that they are... I am going to be saved by the fact that the AI is so bad at combat that they are letting me kill Goolings with cav archers. Something I really should not be able to get away with. But... holy, I'm used to Tarkin... I thought Tarkins were a lot more dangerous than that. Holy... And now I think I win. Oh, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. I understand. Probably unnecessary, but okay, I think I should have lost this one. I really should have lost this one because I played really, really badly during like all of the actual critical stages of the game and just threw ridiculously. But then the AI just resigns. Holy, I did horrible there. I haven't played in a while and I did forget all my hotkeys. Yeah, I like, this should have lost me the game right here. This should have been just like game over. This should have been game over. This should have been game over. This zone right here, they should have been able to kill me in. This right here should have been just total death for me. I should have just lost. Spectate with Capture Age. I don't think I have Capture Age installed. I thought I closed these. Oh, that's why. Players 2. Holy crap. That was shockingly stressful. For saying I was just beating up a really easy AI, that was shockingly stressful. That was staggeringly difficult for me. I truly have gotten terrible at this game. Huns feel like they should be the one that like suits me the best, but I don't know. It's funny. It's funny like what I move between. I was a Maya player for a very long time. I like Mali a lot. I liked Mali. I like Maya. I liked Tatars. Let's do Romans into... Let's do Romans into Byzantines. That's a funny matchup. Did throw me off so bad to not have deer. That like really threw me off. Also, I forgot if I didn't say hello to you, magnetically motivated. But yeah, there's a lot of things I like. 2 is a lot better balanced in a lot of really important ways. And it just has like so much more support and so many more options, and like has an actual like tournament scene. I honestly watch the game way more than I play it. This is way more like a spectator sport for me than it is.
Edifico. Prontus.
Edifico.
Impera. Prontus.
Colligo. Impera. Salve. Colligo.
Salve. Okay, so found boar 1. That's a good sign. Found berries. Found deer. I like that. Keep on going until I find boar 2, because not having boar 2 is going to drive me insane.
Eus. Salve. Confestim facam. Confestim facam. Salve. Veno. Pronto. Confestim facam. Confestim facam. Salve. Eus. Edifico.
Salve.
Venor.
Nope, fucked up. Fucked up.
Eus.
Did a horrible job there. I hate doing the town center stuff. I hate trying to fight. Look at lanes. AI doesn't lane.
Impera. Salve. Eus. Salve. Impera. Venor. Pronto. Venor.
Where the heck is boar number 2? Give me boar number 2.
Eus.
Venor.
I might be in a lot of trouble here. Where the heck is boar number 2? There's all the remaining sheeps. Okay, I might just have gotten fucked.
Impera. Edifico.
Okay, well, whatever.
Prontus. Eus.
Recte. Edifico.
Prontus. Salve. Colligo. Impera.
Okay. On.
Prontus. Colligo. Facciam.
Impera.
Come on, buddy. Okay, being trolled by the deer.
Impera.
Okay. There's way too much food under there.
Salve. Lignor.
Nope.
Eus. Colligo.
Lord deer, Lord deer.
Impera.
Colligo. Salve.
Oh my god.
Confronting.
Trolled. And now loom. Yeah, this is rough. This is rough. Being low on fast food sources and low on villager uptime is
Pronto.
Veno. Impera.
Impera.
Colligo. Facciam.
No way. Okay, literally. Okay, wow. Okay, I'm simply too mad now to continue to play the game properly. I'm tilted out. Okay, we're idling the TC for like a full freaking minute. Always a good sign.
Salve. Pronto.
Salve. Edifico.
Always a good sign when you just
Salve.
break out of the standard opening and just arbitrarily turn it into a
Eus.
into a fast castle without the fast.
Prontus. Edifico. Impera. Eo. Edifico.
Eus. Impera.
Prontus. Edifico.
Eus. Edifico. Prontus.
Oh boy. Find out where the opposing team is.
Eus.
Salve. Impera.
Salve.
Eus.
Colligo. Prontus. Eo. Recte. Salve. Edifico.
Impera. Salve. Prontus.
Impera. Edifico.
Impera. Eo. Edifico. Prontus. Impera. Lignor. Eus.
Salve. Pareo. Recte. Eus. Confestim facem. Salve. Tibi Serbio. Pareo. Recte.
Wait, what?
Salve. Eo.
Okay, that's obnoxious. Okay.
Confestim facem. Edifico. Salve. Impera. Eo. Reca. Confestim facem. Eo. Tibi Serbio. Eu.
Fast castle without the fast.
Salve. Lignor.
Well, there's the boar. Way too late. Way too late for me to do anything with it.
Prontus.
Impera.
Salve. Edifico.
Salve.
Eus.
Prontus.
Impera.
Salve.
Really bad
Eus.
sign when they're going for the stragglers. Oh my goodness.
Prontus.
Oh my goodness. Whatever, auto scouts.
Impera. Salve. Eo. Confestim facem. Edifico. Salve. Salve.
Edifico. Salve. Edifico. Eus.
Salve. Eo. Lignor. Eus.
Horrible sign.
Edifico. Impera.
Impera. Eus.
Impera. Confestim facem. Prontus. Eo. Edifico.
Yeah, let's get ourselves converted over to like an action to the economy that I should have had 5 minutes ago. Holy crap.
Salve. Recte. Edifico.
Salve.
Impera. Eus. Edifico.
Holy crap. We want to get like almost 20 of these guys. I think we want to get for 20 farmers, basically as soon as possible.
Impera.
Oh, a house.
Eus.
Right. Okay.
Prontus.
Salve. Salve. Edifico.
Holy moly.
Eus. Salve. Edifico.
Oh.
Impera. Recte. Edifico. Prontus. Edifico.
Impera. Edifico.
Salve.
Salve.
Impera. Edifico. Edifico.
Slowly but surely working my way up to decent
Eus.
numbers here.
Salve. Eo. Edifico.
Prontus. Edifico.
Okay, Shift G.
Eus.
Okay, never mind.
Rec. Lignor. Foglio.
We need some gold sooner or later.
Prontus. Salve.
So, found 3 relics.
Prontus. Edifico.
Hello, Romar. Hello, Romar. I mean, interesting in the sense that I'm really, really doing badly. Yeah, happy Halloween. Happy Halloween. We got to celebrate Halloween by me, crashing my computer. Oh, thank heavens, thank heavens. There we go. Get to go up finally. Oh my god, there's a hole in the wall.
Salve.
Good gravy.
Edifico.
You.
Eut.
And
Edifico.
other one.
Edifico.
Salve.
Prontus.
Podio.
Professor is locked in. Am I locked in? I think I'm just doing fine. I think I'm just playing badly.
Impera. Eo.
Do we consider Ganondorf to be a Grinch variant?
Edifico. Edifico.
Is the Grinch a kind of
Eus. Edifico.
Salve. Edifico. Edifico.
Alright, we're in ads. We're in ads, folks. So I'm gonna pause that, and when we come back, I will, I don't know, probably either lose the game or roll over Belisarius like with a tide of purple. Oh, right, we're back. We're back. God, I keep on forgetting that I set my hotkeys to, like, accomplish certain specific things.
Impera.
Okay, hold on. Let's get
Edifico.
second TC out.
Pronto. Eus.
Get a second TC out, and let's try to get in a location where like it gets me a little bit of where it gets me something, right? There we go.
Edifico.
Eus. Prontus. Edifico.
Only 4 launch system. That's not that. We gotta get that number. We gotta get those numbers up. We gotta get those numbers up, baby. Okay, let's Ecotex. Okay, I'm low on gold. Is my problem? I'm low on gold. Okay, 7.
Tibi Servio.
You know what? 10. I'll move out 10.
Impera.
I'll move out 10.
Salve. Recte. Eo.
Okay, building behind that. I need less numbers. I don't need as much bulk. I need scale now.
Impera. Tibi Servio. Recte. Pario. Salve. Ad arma! Tibi Servio. Recte. Impera. Salve. Pugnemus!
I really like Downwatch. We're gonna Downwatch.
In Tibi Servio. In Tibi Servio.
Okay.
Salvario.
Crossbows.
Recte. Eo. Eo. Pario.
See if I can deal with these with the sick ass Roman armor upgrades. Okay. I can kind of deal with it. I took some casualties, but I dealt a lot more than I took.
Salve. Edifico.
Eus.
Edifico.
Tibi Servio. Recte. Eo. Tibi Servio. Recte. Eo.
Okay, so it didn't follow me, so I can do something funny.
Pario. Recte.
Prontos.
Impera.
Oh, they're gonna let me do
Tibi
okay.
Servio. Tibi
Okay,
Servio.
I had to do with 14. 2 of them were really weak. So, you know, it is what it is.
Impera.
Okay, gotta just keep on pumping those out.
Edifico.
Oh god.
Edifico.
Oh god. Okay.
Impera. Salve. Tibi Servio. Impera.
Okay.
Tibi Servio. Impera.
That was staggeringly effective. That was
Salve.
way better than I expected it to be.
Tibi Servio.
Okay, fighting uphill. Let's see what happens. Looks bad. Looks bad. The villagers are distracting me from what's really important, which is killing the
Salve. Ad arma! Impera.
crossbows. Okay, let's get out of here.
Tibi Servio. Eo.
Okay.
Impera. Salve. Impera.
Knocked him down at TC and
Salve. Impera. Fodio.
Tibi Servio. Tibi Servio.
you know what we need?
Prontos. Salve.
I need Scorp.
Edifico.
Tibi Serpio.
If you're gonna be building this many crossbows, I need Scorpion. Honestly, the longswords are doing like phenomenally against the crossbows. I was not expecting that. This used to be like a really brutal matchup. This used to be like one of the worst matchups on the planet. But, you know,
Impera. Podio.
and
Salve. Prontus. Edifico.
Tibi Serpio.
just flood of dudes.
Eus.
Oh, I pretty much exhausted the gold. Lol.
Edifico. Salve.
Impera. Salve.
Tibi
Colligo.
Serpio. Pareo. Eo. Tibi
They
Serpio.
got imp, so I need to
Mario.
be getting some scorpions out here. Getting some scorps.
Eus. Prontus. Lignor.
Eus.
Tibi Serpio. Eo. Pareo. Pareo.
Okay, having the half off gold is crazy.
Tibi Serpio. Pugnemo al pugnam.
Salve. Lignor.
This is dog
Salve.
water. There we go.
Edifico.
Tibi Serpio. Pareo. Eo. Salve. Pugnemo. Tibi Serpio. Salve. Impera. Tibi
They're gonna
Serpio.
get the castle up, which is a bit. I did want to see if I could deny the castle, and it's not happening. But
Ad arma. Impera.
oh wow, okay.
Tibi Serpio. Impera. Tibi Serpio. Salve. Pugnemus. Tibi Serpio.
Okay. Even a little bit of scorpion. Okay. Of course, it's now the most annoying.
Salve. Tibi Serpio. Impera. Tibi Serpio. Salve. Pareo.
Top of this hill,
Pugnemus.
and
Eus. Prontus. Edifico.
Prontus. Impera. Edifico.
16 villagers should do the trick.
Impera.
Edifico.
In nomine Dei. Compest
Didn't I have a relic inside my base?
Eo.
Am I crazy? I think I had a relic inside my
Prontus.
base.
Edifico. Edifico.
Tibi
Edifico.
Serpio. Impera. Eo.
Looks like I'm only getting one. Oh well. One's better than zero. Pretty embarrassing.
Tibi Serpio.
Eus.
Impera. Tibi Serpio. Salve.
Very funny how much my economic woes are. I don't
Pronto.
think
Salve.
would, given how this game usually plays out. It's actually probably the safest wood camp I can make right now.
Edifico.
Salve.
Okay, they're still on crossbows despite having been at having been in. Oh, jeez, Pete's. That stung.
Deus.
There we go.
Refizio. Refizio.
Salve Sergio.
Fourth. You guys in there?
Salve. Recte.
Medicine, literally the only one of these I care about.
Salio. Confronting.
Prontus.
Eus. Reficio.
Fuck it. Presents. Hello, Cat Racer. Hello, Cat Racer.
Di Sergio.
Salve.
Couple.
Refizio.
I'll have you let's get more scorps. Okay. It's done pretty smoothly as far as I'm concerned.
Salve. Recte. Peo.
Are shredding my legionnaires. Fortunately, I have a lot more where that came from.
Salve. Refizio.
Salve.
Impero. Salve.
Impero. Salve. Ad pugnam.
This one would weigh. Oh, whoa! Never mind. Never mind. I'm like, this one was way smoother. But I'm not actually done.
Di Sergio.
I overestimated myself. What a shocker!
Salve. Di
What a
Sergio.
shocker!
Pugnemus.
Byzantine castles are so beefy.
Di Sergio.
Let's get heavy scorpions up.
Salve. Ad
Okay, I definitely got to deal with those castles because I've got no plan for how to deal with Cataphractoi. I have no idea what I'm going to do with that Cataphractoi. Oh, they're actually doing
Impero. Di Sergio.
uh,
Impera. Salve. Impero. Salve. Impera.
scorpions.
Recte.
Salve. Eus. Edifico.
Deus.
Salve.
Salve.
You guys in here?
Di Sergio. Vario.
Genuinely kind of surprised they didn't resign from that. I think my only plan for dealing with the cataphracts and knights is more units between units. I think I literally have no other plan. My only plan is I'm on double gold column and more units between units. Okay, I did well. I did well. Well, you are talking to a person who's very hard anti-AI, so keep that in mind, Cat Racing. This is a pretty hard anti. This is a pro-humans stream. That said, I am actually probably about to wrap up. I have been feeling kind of off all stream. I don't know. I was kind of. Yeah, solid enough to. I mean, the thing is, like, I feel. I mean, it seems like they didn't have any castles left, right? It's like they didn't really have a lot left to do there. I was really surprised by how quick the legionnaires were melting at the end. Like, the longswords felt pretty strong. No, it's not that. It's not that. Like, so my So during subathon, right, I kind of like, I mean, work knew about this. My other job knew about this, that like, I was basically, mortgaging, my tasks in order to focus more on stream. I was basically just like really far off of, I just like didn't do a lot of the stuff that I need to, and like they knew about this. This was like planned. Like this was like part of the plan of all of this was I would like do subathon, and then I would spend a lot of time off stream catching up on non-stream tasks, and I kind of didn't budget the time the best, so a lot of the last week was like editing until I couldn't see straight, and then. Yeah, hi Madra Mimi. Yeah, Aged Empires. Aged Empires. Yeah, I'd basically like do editing until I couldn't see, until like my eyes hurt too much from staring at screens, and then just like take breaks long enough to like go to bed and like take a break until like my eyes felt good enough for like 2 or 3 hours, and then go back to editing, just backwards and forwards over and over again. So it was pretty, like I said, I've been worn down pretty hard this last week, particularly after Tuesday stream, right? Yesterday and today was like Sunday. Yesterday and today was just like incessant, just like truly incessant. But how is Madra Mimi doing? How is the Mimi that Madros? How is the Mimi that Madros? Yeah. Well, it's like particularly like my eyes and my brain, right? It's you know, I think. I don't know how much other people feel this way. I always feel like different forms of exhaustions hit me differently. Like, no amount of lifting weights is going to make my brain tired, right? Like, no amount of lifting weights will make my brain tired. No amount of thinking hard is going to make my muscles sore, though it might make my back cramp up from that. Well, you write and play Balatro? What are you writing? What are you writing? I had the unenviable task in particular today of doing copy editing on something that I wrote, which doing like final copy editing passes on something that you've written and like already put out is like really frustrating, because like I haven't actually touched this article in a while. It was going through like other editors' hands and like out of my hands for a while, and then it's just like I was like, oh, I could have done better on these footnotes, man. I could have done better. This was like C tier from me on the sourcing. And not even like horrible. It's just like I like only cited a source that I used like 4 times out of like 12 times that I used it. It's like people can tell by implication what's happening. It's fine, but it's also just like it feels sloppy to me. It's a sloppy presentation. A personal thingy. I have to tell you, if somebody says a personal thingy like that, I assume it's erotica. So heads up on that. Mostly because that's embarrassing for everybody. So VTuber stuff. Lore. Is it lore or is it, Don't worry. Madra Mimi, I would have given you a thumbs up. There's actually, so this is something that's kind of interesting to me, right? I am not as, like, being in VTubing has taught me that I am like a much less, like, horny and sex-oriented person, I think, than average. I don't know if than average, but certainly than a lot of my peers. And the what has been really interesting to notice is that, like, I kind of already did know this, but it's really interesting to see, like, there's a clout hierarchy. There's a hierarchy of prestige for kinks, and that's really weird to me. It's also like deeply intuitive, right? Like I say that out loud, right? I say that like out loud that some kinks are more socially prestigious than others, and that sounds completely insane. And I'm like, no, dude, like think about it for a second. just think about how people talk about like kink on Twitter. Like that's very obviously what is going on. Yeah. Prestige kink sounds hilarious, but like the particularly like the people who are like monster fuckers who are just like mad at people for not being into like demented enough monsters is like, it's like, oh, this is like a prestige thing. This is a like being into like more like these kinds of things. It makes you more prestigious of a person. It indicates more refined taste, right? It indicates a more refined taste to be into certain things over other things. And it's really obvious because like there's specific ones that are like seen as cringe, right? There's specific ones that are seen as like particularly cringe and embarrassing. So like it feels like that's fairly straightforward to me. Like there's specific ones that are specifically cringe and specifically embarrassing, and then ones that are like less so. What a topic to come back to. I mean, Ozershot, am I wrong? And I don't know if I certainly don't know enough off the top of my dome to generalize, to like actually develop a theory, but I do wonder about the theoreticals of it. Well, and it's also, humans are, this is big brain thought here, right? Big brain thought, and big brain thought is not like flattering. Big brain thought often means like stupid. Big brain thought here is that humans are an obligate social creature. We are social animals, and one of the things that we take the most seriously out of all of the things we can do with our time is demonstrating our superiority within a social hierarchy. To say that we take that seriously would be a huge understatement, right? It's like the number one thing we love is demonstrating that we are more in line with our culture's values than anybody else. That's something that we really love, and particularly in a modern context where innovativeness itself is kind of its own virtue. And innovation has an advantage, right? If you are innovative in a way that is socially prestigious, that means that literally people, nobody else can be ahead of you. If you are pushing the boundaries, then like, well, Emperor's Armpits, the most trivial way to establish like a database of this would be like Scrandle. Right, like Scrandle for kinks would be the most like straightforward way to figure out what people are into. Because Scrandle's a fun test, right? Because as I like to point out, the most important thing in Scrandle is, are there chopped scallions? Yeah, actually an amazing idea. Yeah. 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 But yeah, Scrandle's always funny for this, right? Because Scrandle, you can tell that people are rating based off of the pictures, not off of like the other qualities of the food. They might think about those, but those are all secondary to like, is it pretty? Pretty is like by far the most important thing on Scrandle. And it's always really fun to me to talk to people who like are considering a more holistic thing. And I'm just like, I don't think people look at the, I think only a minority of players of Scrandle look at the price tags. I think very few people even look at the price tags. I think people almost always look the Anglos love peas. The Anglos love peas. Europeans don't have hot dog buns, which is interesting to me. It's very strange to me as an American. Like it's not that Americans will not eat a hot dog on a non-standard bread. Like, they'll do that, but they don't do it very frequently. And the idea that you would, like, order food at a stadium level, like order industrial quantities of hot dogs, and then not order industrial quantities of hot dog buns is, like, super weird to me as an American. It's, like, really strange. It's so... Well, I mean, but, like, why is it not shaped to hold a hot dog? Like, I don't know. Like, you could just use a baguette, right? You could just use a baguette. Just use crappy baguettes. Don't tell me that all baguettes are good baguettes, because I know that's not true. Yeah, that one... I always felt like that was designed to teach people the cross multiplication algebra problem. Well, I think now you can get 8 hot dogs and 8 hot dog buns. I feel like that's pretty normal now. I feel like you can usually buy 8 hot dog buns, and I buy Smart Dogs, right? I buy Veggie Dogs, and Veggie Dogs usually come in 8 packs. So maybe they're just maybe it's just vegan buff. Maybe I'm just getting vegan buff. Maybe that's why I'm not too concerned about this, because I'm getting vegan buff. Just double load the buns. Or you could you got some more fucked up options, right? You could get too many buns and then use the buns as like peanut butter sandwiches, or you could the non-screwy one is you could chop up the hot dogs and put them in a soup. I assume that's something like Europeans almost never do, but like that's like a classic American poor person food is a bean soup with hot dogs in it. Like with like sliced hot dog in it. 2 bun 3 dog strat. we're getting abstract here. Things are getting weird here. Things are getting weird here. As a Filipino goes, the spaghetti. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's like they chop up the kind of sausages that Americans consider to be special treats. Right, those are the things that we talk about as like special treats. Are those ones? God, Japan rocks. But I don't actually like male that much. I feel like I should like male because male is funny. Male is like really, really funny as a civ, but I do like male a lot. I do like male a lot. I feel like Burmese are not well liked. Yeah, Chuko News are not bad. China's like overall pretty good. It's just like they have like holes in their tech tree that kind of drive me insane. And as I've gotten older, I have become more cavalry oriented as I've gotten older. Because I had the realization when I was getting into Age of Empires more like 2 years ago that Archer civs actually are way more unforgiving. I used to like Archer civs because it reminded me of playing like heavy infantry civs in like most other games, but it turns out that Archer civs are just like really punishing on micro. Having slower units in this game means that you have to be more careful with your micro, not less, which is very punishing for me personally. China was like my favorite for a long time. Well, yeah, and I mean, honestly, like no video games ever quite show how powerful high mobility can be. Like really high mobility forces, like Mongol type high mobility forces, are basically stealth. Like, you can outrun the rumors of your own approach, because that's how you know when the enemy army is actually approaching, is that civilians will tell you, right? You hear it via rumor, is it like your actual intel reporting on when an army is coming? Because armies are big, and they have to travel down roads. You can't just put an army walking across nowhere. It has to travel down a road. If it's not marching down a road, it has to be small. But cavalry focused, a very cavalry heavy army can just like cavalry exclusive forces can just like completely steal the march on you. It can just like completely get past that. Kame, one thing that drives me a little bit nuts is that I took the time to learn that it is pronounced, the R is not pronounced as an R, it's Kame. And nobody else pronounces that way, so I'm just left with this cursed knowledge that very few English speakers have, that it is not pronounced Kamer, it's pronounced Kame. There's a part of me that wants it, that, like, normally I'd just be like, you know what, deal with it, it's American, we will pronounce things to our own way. You know, we say Germany, not Deutschland. We say Italy, not Italia, and so on. But like, I don't know. I don't know. It depends, Azershot. It actually depends quite a bit on the era. It depends quite a bit on the era and the geography. So one of those things is actually really, really messed up, is that for early modern armies, cavalry are actually easier to supply than infantry per soldier. And that sounds messed up, because per soldier you have a human and a horse. How can that possibly be easier to supply than just a human alone? And the answer is the main way that you're supplying armies was via foraging, which sounds nice, but via foraging in a military context means you spread out across the countryside and you mug peasants. You mug and or murder peasants and loot their houses. That's what foraging is. And so the cavalry in your army, they can go further per day, which means that the percentage of their food that they can get from forage is larger, which means that you need to supply them with less. It's pretty rough stuff. I remember, like, the way that the historian I asked about put it was, that's because you're not thinking like an early modern aristocrat, which is to say, a sociopath. Well, and I mean, the Mongols are actually a more interesting one on this one, because the Mongols are using steppe ponies, not chargers, or like European equestrian horses. They're using steppe ponies, which are way lighter and have a much more diverse diet. And the Mongols were primarily operating over the steppe land itself. So the Mongols could operate for like extremely long stretches without any supply other than grass. Which you cannot do with European war horses. European war horses cannot do that. The European war horses are bred to require a greater density of calories per minute of eating than what is acceptable to steppe ponies, because steppe ponies are much smaller. And remember, the smaller an animal, the better its calorie efficiency. Calorie efficiency goes down as you increase in mass. And so and steppe ponies also are just generally hardier as creatures. And so the Mongols could do, this is part of the reason why the Mongols had such insane operational freedom, and a lot of their advantage versus a lot of other armies is that the Mongols could move extremely fast for extremely long periods of time, leaving very little long distance impact as to what the hell was going on. So yeah, that's something that like really enables them to get a lot done that you would not think they could get away with. Is kind of the long and the short of it. I think I might do Mali. Well, I mean, here's the thing to be said, right? Is that the steppe peoples of northern and central Asia were a continuous menace to the settled people around them for a very long period of time. And the real issue, I know more about the Chinese side of it, like fighting the Xiongnu, and then later, eventually, the Jurchens, the Mongols, the Tongguts, and so on. the Mongols were really, truly, exceptionally successful. And this form of warfare that they were practicing had been effective for literally all of recorded history. The thing that makes it so that the Xiongnu and Han Dynasty were functionally in a stalemate for 200 years really comes down to the geography of it. The Xiongnu, the Chinese could defeat the Xiongnu in a lot of combat situations, but they couldn't make those combat situations happen as they wished. Marching 100,000 strong crossbowmen and halberdiers into the steppe where there are no farmers to forage from means that you have a very strict operational timetable. And the Xiongnu did not have a strict operational timetable. They could leave, they could evade you for a very long time. And so this meant that you have an army that has a lot of power, but has to operate in a very predictable fashion. And then you have another army that, when they're on their home territory, can basically operate completely unpredictably. And so, like, that's one part, right? It's like the Chinese are very limited on their ability to inflict meaningful damage on the Xiongnu at an operational and strategic level. But that actually cuts the other way as well, which is that the Xiongnu, if they go into China, they can go a week or two into China, at which point the retaliatory forces that can be marshaled against them are completely outrageously overwhelming. So both sides have the ability to do short-term damage to each other repeatedly, but not able to make particularly lasting gains in either direction. Eventually the Chinese really win. Eventually the Chinese really do win. And this is because of a couple of factors in the changes to their strategy. One of them is that they start doing, they basically just start creating slave colonies on the frontier to do permanent farming. Because this is the thing, right? Is that you don't just have unlimited grass. That grass is actually a resource that needs to grow and be harvested in a timely fashion. So you have, if you are a nomadic horse person, and horse and sheep is more of their economy than the horses, but the horses are more the military might. The grass needs to be there when you rotate back. And so if you are the settled people, you do have this long range advantage of, you can make farm-based fortifications that basically claw that territory out from under the steppe peoples in a durable fashion. You have to put up with the fact that a lot of your people are going to die when you do this, but you can do it. And in the case of the Han, they did so via enslavement, right? They did a large scale enslavement to fill those border fortifications. Also, welcome in Raiders. Hello, Six-Horn Taurus. How was Dragon Quest IX? I hope that you're having a lovely time. I have been doing, I keep on saying I'm doing Braid Dead Gaming, and now I'm currently explaining, like, Han Dynasty military strategy. So, like, and yes, long-term displacement of herder and hunter-gatherers versus agriculturalists. Yes. And this is one of those things that actually produces a really interesting tension that is not entirely extinct. I shouldn't say tension, a dynamic. Which is that herders are often economically integrated into the agricultural world. This is, for example, what the ancient Israelites did. The ancient Israelites were shepherds, primarily. They were primarily shepherds, and so that means that they would, during the summer months, I actually don't know about in the Mediterranean climate. This would be more true in like other parts of Europe. The transhumance is this strategy where you have highland grazing land and lowland grazing land, and part of the point of this from the agriculturalist standpoint is that your sheep come down from the mountain and they graze on your fallow land and shit on your fallow land, which is revitalizing to your fallow. And this is an important part of fallowing. And this is when you get your wool, right? You trade wheat and crafted goods for wool from the shepherding people, and they graze on your land, right? They graze on your land, and that it increases fallowing. It's a form of symbiotic relationship between herding people and agricultural people that doesn't always play out super nicely, right? Like sometimes this plays out very smoothly for many generations in a row, and then sometimes, usually the agriculturalists, though not always, screws over the herders, and one of them murders the other. One of them starts murdering the other. This is like a common cycle in all sorts of areas with high degrees of elevation change. It is worth noting that this is, as far as I know, very uncommon in anywhere that does wet grain rice. I think it's probably still uncommon with dry grain rice. I don't really hear about it then. Rice is just so insanely valuable in terms of increasing population density that it's really hard to give up using rice to do for anything else. And in the case of wet grain in particular, wet grain has an insane cycle. So like wheat basically has to fallow like at least like one out of like all the time. Like you are fallowing wheat and rotating it all the time. That's why you get like 3 and 4 field crop rotations with like beans and legumes and all sorts of crap. And like clover is a really important one in later Europe, in modern Europe. But for wet grain rice, you can do 24 harvests in a row and then 1 fallow, and then it's fine. It's crazy. That's so different. I think for dry, it's not as forgiving, but for wet rice, it's like you just fallow it like 1 out of 25 times, and it's crazy. Oh yeah, cotton's super harsh. Well, flax would kind of like alternate with wool, because the fabrics, all those fabrics kind of do different things, right? As a person who likes wearing linens, linen is not stretchy, it is quite rough, and it's not warm. That's the big thing. Wool is very warm. Wool is highly valuable. But like if you're in a silk area, there's not nearly as much wool, right? Yeah, the need for wool in like northwestern Europe has a lot to do with like also the weather conditions. Even like cotton has trouble keeping pace, but cotton doesn't grow in northwest Europe. Cotton has to be imported for northwest Europe. Linen still is useful, but it does have limitations. Again, I like linens. I like linen. I get really hot really easily, so linen's quite pleasant for me. I like the way it wrinkles. I'm not gonna lie. I like the way I like the kind of like wrinkle square look that you get from linens. I think it's neat looking. Who do I play? Mali or Japan? I really like Mali because of Farimba. Farimba camels are like one of my favorite units in the game. I actually really like Farimba camels. Yeah, Hemplinen's awesome. Hemplinen rocks. Linen is underrated. Linen is underrated. I don't know, China. All right, Azershot, have a good night. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. Oh, the sergeants are one of the cooler looking units in the game. It's a shame that I don't like the Sicilians very much, but they do have a cool looking unit. Sicilians would actually be kind of a fun one to learn how to play because it's super funny to have an army where knights trade into camels is just like so disgusting. Knights trading into camels is so grotesque. I think I remember liking Dunes a lot. Or is there something else? Oh, Sandrift. I like Sandrift a lot. What the hell is Seasons? I am not going to bother with that. That sounds really insane. Gotcha, Ogre Daddy. Gotcha. Alright. I'm upping the difficulty. I'm playing as Molly. Let me double check my tech tree just to make sure I'm not missing anything that I think I understand about them. Yeah, I don't get Scorpion, which Heavy Scorpion I don't really care about. Yeah, I don't get Bracers, like the biggest thing. Not getting Bracer is really harsh. Not getting Bracer is very harsh, but I think I'm okay with that. Not getting Halb is nasty. Not getting Halb, not getting Bracer is both really, really nasty. But Gebettos are really funny. I have good monks, but I don't like monks anyway. How should I do Japan? No, I'm gonna stick with Molly. Maybe not against China. China's kind of a rough one. Who would I like to face? Let's go up against... Maybe not. I don't know. Who should I go against? Whatever, let's go random. Let's go against a random. Oh, Cumans. Brutal. Okay. Alright, I forgot about this roll.
Veo que la salsa. Berbo.
Nope.
Chica, Bayabela.
Navena. Ninratete. Waikoring. Chicken. Berbo. Waikoring.
Nabena. Inchi no Akolan. Io.
Okay, elephants. That's good. Elephants is good. I like facing off against elephants. Okay, so it's elephant 1, and priority right now is to find elephant 2. Oh, we're getting a lot of stream delay. Wow. Okay. I know it's like suboptimal, but I do genuinely prefer to, Okay, all of my wood's forward, that sucks.
Io, Medusialla. Ngafamo.
Chica,
Chicken.
Navena.
Navena. Io.
Nudumziala.
Inchi. Veo que la salsa. Io. Berbo. Chicken. Medusialla.
They got it.
Inchi. Berbo.
Behind. Okay, found elephant number 2. I'm good. I'm golden. Found elephant number 2. Do I have deer?
Nudumziala. Inchi.
Navena.
Navena.
Berbo.
You know what, actually? This is Goofy style.
Io. Ninratete. Medusialla. Aiwa. Ninratete. Medusialla. Io. Inchi. Navena.
Nudumziala.
Chicken.
Io. Nudumziala.
Navena.
Nudumziala.
Okay, we got lions. Do I not have deer? Is there no deer and no chickens? Harsh. Oh, that's how this one works. Okay, I forgot about this part. Okay. Okay, I forgot about how this is how this works. Okay, okay. So there's no deer and no chicken, there's just a ton of sheep in the middle of the map. Okay, okay, there we go. I was like, what? I was like, what the heck? What the heck, Dayo?
Inchi.
Okay, there we go. Yes, yes, tons of goat.
Chica.
Tons of goat. Let's go for. I think I'm just gonna go all the way for Fast Castle. Fuck it. I'm gonna do a Fast Castle on purpose this time as opposed to by accident.
Io.
Okay.
Inchi. Io. Vai correre. Chico, una bella.
Okay. Another one.
Vai correre. Inchi. Ngaffa. Vai correre.
Okay, another one. Nope. Over there.
Chico.
14, that's good. Okay. Doing a very, very old school type of start. Okay. I think I did pretty good on... I'm sure I was playing Tartars right now. Okay.
Navenna. Veo che la sai. Bravo. Io. Chico, non rate.
Gold.
Va bene. Baiala.
Inchi. Bravo. Io, gaffami. Bravo.
28. Feeling that they might be really close to me.
Navenna. Aiwa, non rate te. Chico, non rate te. Veo che la casa. Ma jamma. Inchi, io, jamma.
Inchi. Nungolo de tela. Aiwa.
Okay, yep, not surprising, not surprising. I was expecting that. They're humans, so they're going to be doing a double town center thing.
Io.
Unless they decide to be really weird, they're going to double town center.
Io, aiwa.
And so I think I'm going to go Fast Castle into Gabetto.
Io, gaffami. Veo che la sai. Navenna.
Va bene. Inchi.
เ io,
Va
ใส่
bene.
ใส่
Inchi.
Fast Castle Gabetto for some early damage, and then transition over to something else. Great plan, right? Unique unit and then something. Truly the sign of the strategic units. Oh god, I forgot about the fact that I can't farm around my own TC. Okay. So it's TC1 for them. Oh, shit. No, it's TC2 for them. They've already got TC2 up. Okay, okay. I need to be thinking pretty hard about what damage I'm going to get done.
Inci, ngafamo. Barboa. Barboa. Chicon.
Variable. Inci.
Barboa. Inci.
Minimal idle time, I think. If that was right.
Io. Navenna.
Good.
Chicon. Veo che la salsa.
Okay, so we got some pretty naked wood lines up here. They're I only see a barracks so far.
Navenna.
Okay, that's that. Double the axe more than we need anything else.
Inci. Aiwa. Majamma. Io. Navenna.
Okay. Hello, Momo. Hello, Momo. Oh, we're in ads. We're in ads. Let me pause it so I can use the bathroom and show you guys the fan art. Be right back. I'm also going to reset the EVGA. Because it's really off on the timing. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Pose those T's. Pose those T's. Just occurred to me that I should... Nope, not you. It's... I have been covered... Nope, not you. I think this is the least interesting part of the map for me. And I've been here all day. Nobody was complaining about the fact that I was covering up the resource readouts. No. Nobody was complaining about the fact that I was covering up the resource readout twice over. The actual most valuable thing. I was like, oh, geez, I'm floating so much wood. Nobody made fun of me for floating over 1,000 wood. And there I was, floating over 1,000 wood.
Io. Veo che la sai. Aiwa. Ngafamo. Io. Veo che aiwa. Ngafamo.
Plan is to castle drop.
Bene.
I actually need some more people on here in order if I want to pull it off. We'll truck con. Okay. Okay, lost my scout. Not a big deal.
Chica.
Aiwa. Veo che la sai.
Okay, I screwed up the timing. Pretty badly. Have we all saw it on yeah, we all have.
Io.
Io.
Io. Chicon. Bad boy.
Okay. Fletching.
Chica.
We got enough here. I don't really care that much about the wood. I don't really care that much about that anymore. Gold mining is less important than getting bow saw.
Navenna. Io. Bad boy.
Fletching in. Okay, it's gonna be a minute for me to get bodkin in. Literally one stone off from building a second TC.
Najanna. Inchi. Ngap abu. Aiwa. Io. Sei. Navena. Najanna. Aiwa. Io. Bayabala.
Goofy.
Chica.
Chicon.
Navena. Bayabala. Inchi.
Bad boy. Io. Bad boy. Inchi.
Io. Chica. Bayabala. Io.
Okay, and now we can start worrying about other stuff to get. Gavetto's hit like trucks already, so I'm not going to kill myself over getting them to...
Inchi. Bayabala. Navena.
Bad boy. Navenna. Veo che la sai. Ngafamo. Io. Aiwa. Inchi. Io. Aiwa.
Gavettos.
Veo ngafamo. Aiwa. Io. Veo che la sai. Io. Ngafamo. Navenna. Ngafamo. Veo che la sai. Inci. Io. Aiwa. Na bene. Veo che la sai. Io. Ngafamo. Io. Aiwa la sai. Ngafamo. Inci.
Oh, you're using rams, you fool.
Na bene. Veo che la sai. Chicon.
Thank you for the free ram kill. Holy crap. Okay. This is actually going really well right now. Which is a sign that I should be, right now I'm doing well. I have been playing a couple of games against easier AIs and I've been losing. I've been getting creamed. Where are some of my folks? I need herbal medicine. Okay, I think I'm actually in really good shape right now. I do need herbal medicine. No, come on, get in there, medicine and really just letting me get away. Hold on. We need Tigwe.
Inci. Nungolo de tela. Ngap. Nungolo de tela.
Io.
Are they really letting me get away with this? I need to think about the fact that this is not going to close out the game. It's just going to make their life miserable. Okay, now they get the castle. Buy some wood so I can get Tigwe. Cancel it. Come on. Tigwe. I want Tigwe. Oh god, I'm gonna feast over here. Oh, hello. Thank you. Okay, I think this game's pretty much over. This went insanely well. Castle drop. Hello, Emmerich Draws. Learning and not learning from your trip overall. What are you learning and what are you not learning? What did you think? Did you think you were going to learn all of Portuguese? Do you think you're going to become a fluent Portuguese speaker? That might have been a little bit ambitious. Oh. Oh, they're not letting me. They're letting me get away with everything here. Fire our way into Imperial Age.
Benna. Ngafamo. Io veo che la sai. Aiwa. Ngafamo. Veo che la sai. Io. Aiwa.
This is brutal. This is so brutal.
Aiwa. Veo che la sai.
This is the harder AI too, as well. Like this is upgraded from the previous ones. This was just like this one felt so confident. I don't know how much is the fact that I just like really like Molly, and how much is the fact that like the AI is really bad at dealing with castle drops. Hello, crossbow. Crossbows are not going to deal well with this comp. That's not sweat. This comp is not good for that. Just keep focusing on killing Vills.
Veo che la sai. Ngafamo. Na bene. Veo che la sai. Ngafamo.
Just focus on killing Vills.
Enchi. Chicom.
Io. Bayabala.
Io. Na bene.
Oh, I don't have forges.
Veo che la sai. Ngafamo.
Yeah, I really could close this game out by just building a couple of rams. If I'm honest, like I don't need imp. I just need rams. I mean, I got it, but I didn't really need it. Okay, Elite Gabetto.
Io. Aiwa. Veo che la sai. Aiwa. Enchi. Aiwa. Na ben. Ngafamo. Veo che io. Ngafamo.
Inchika. Unedited.
Io. Enchi. Ngafamo.
Yeah, it's Elite Gabettos. Let's see how fast Elite Gabettos melt this. I'm kind of curious. That's pretty good. 200 per. 200 per. I'll take 200 per.
Chica.
Io. Veo.
200 and. By the way, Nando thanked me for introducing you two. Nando's very happy.
Chica.
Yeah, that's the actual thing I care about. I don't really care. Nothing else really matters. Other than just killing their hometowns. Stable going down. Wherever they got a priest. Get in here, folks. Don't want to let those Vil kills go to waste.
Chica, ambeta che loche. Io. Che loche, ambeta che loche.
Io. Aiwa.
Belmaro che loche.
Aiwa. Veo che la sai. Io. Ngafamo. Veo che la sai. Aiwa.
There's some of these things.
Na benna. Io.
Chica, Belmaro.
Chica.
Io.
Na ben, gafa mo.
Chico.
Io. Inchi. Io. Chikon.
I'm getting some of my ladies killed.
Get okay.
There we go. Now it's a resign. How many TCs did I take down? I took down like 4. I took down like 4. Wow. Oh. Oh. Okay. Did they have another town center? That was our final town center. Wow, they'd been bouncing back from me knocking out town centers all over the place. But that was really brutal. They did not stand a chance. They did not handle that well. Yeah, 151 to 2. That was actually easier than the moderates. That was considerably easier than the moderates. That was considerably easier than moderates. I am done. I am done. I am done. I am done. I meant to be done like several hours ago. Okay, guys. Okay, folks. Okay. I don't have a schedule for next week made yet. I haven't made the schedule for next week yet. I will hopefully be more on the ball next stream. I feel like I was really off the ball this stream. But, you know, it's important to keep on streaming even when you're not quite feeling your best. You know, don't stream if you're feeling horrible, but, you know, if you're just feeling a little bit under, then it's fine. It's fine. You know, it's worth keeping up the practice. It's worth keeping up the practice. Trying to figure out where I want to send you folks. Trying to figure out where I want to send you folks. I'm trying to figure out the last time I've done some of my comfort raids. Let's see. So I've raided Grimmy pretty recently. So I don't know that I raided her like last week. That's quite recently. My last 2 raids are Vivi and Vine, neither of whom are on right now. What are people feeling? What are people feeling? What are people feeling? I could send you over to my sister. Sarah Yoon is playing No I'm Not Human. Color Brews I haven't rated in forever, and they're playing Outer Wilds. There's my Discord. Again, post-subathon for the next month or 2, I'm probably going to be doing a little bit lighter on streams. I really did kind of make the decision last month that I was basically just going to do nothing but stream. So I am planning on doing some more things on the Discord in the next couple of weeks. This last week I was hoping to, and I just couldn't. I just couldn't get together. I had too much work offline. If I survive the weekend, if I survive the weekend, really, if I survive to this time on Saturday, I'm sorry, if I survive 30 hours, if I survive the next 30 hours, I would like to do some gaming on the server and or a movie night next week. I'd like to do some of that stuff next week. But no, that was a sincere question. That was a sincere question. For the raid target. If somebody wants to suggest a raid target, I'm open to listening. Let's actually, hold on. When was the last time I rated Ozzy? Oh, it's been a minute since I last rated Ozzy. We're going over to Ozzy's. Ozzy is my sister. She's doing a big subathon. It's the end of her subathon. Oh, she's watching Lindsay Ellis. Hell yeah. Lindsay Ellis is good. Enjoy watching Lindsay Ellis with my sister. All right, folks. I'm completely out of steam. Those are my socials. That is my Discord. We mostly just share art on the Discord. It's a pretty sleepy Discord, but it's also a place that I like quite a bit. And like I said, I am hoping to get a movie night in this week. Hello, Shadowbring. I'd like to get into movie night this week. One of the things I've been meaning to do that I keep on talking about doing and then not actually doing is doing some Trench Crusade with folks. We've done it like once. I would like to. Hello, McAllister. I saw you in the raid messages last time. And I was like, oh, this little bastard snuck out on me. All right. I love you all. Schedule will be posted Sunday. I will probably have a collab with Karatsu. I'll probably finally be playing Peak next week. Other than that, I don't know. See you all Monday, 9 p.m.